Hey, it's me, Puppet DM, and I'm here to tell you all about the sponsors we have here at the Wandering Society. We're sponsored here by Mage Hand Press, makers of a bunch of 5th edition supplements, like the Book of Kobold or their series of new classes. And don't forget, Arcmada, the amazing sci-fi fantasy campaign setting for the world's greatest role-playing game. Be sure to check them out at store.mageandpress.com. Up next, we have Roll20. It's the platform we use here at the Wandering Society to play all of our games. It's easy to use, intuitive, and it now comes with Dark Mode. Be sure to check them out at roll20.net. We're also sponsored by R. Talsorian Games. R. Talsorian Games make great RPGs, and they've been doing so since the early 90s. Check their books. They've got Cyberpunk Red, which Simon tells me has been played here extensively, Castle Falkenstein, which also has been played here, and The Witcher, which has also been. Okay, we get it! Check him out at your FLGS or online at rtalsoriangames.com. Have you ever wanted to wake up and smell the coffee? Well, now you can with this next sponsor, Found Familiar. Get yourself some damn good coffee at foundfamiliar.com and use the code on the screen to get 15% off. What do you mean I can't drink coffee? What the fuck is felt? And we couldn't end this segment without talking about our good friends at Die Hard Dice. That's right. As a Dice affiliate, we are proud to partner with Die Hard Dice to bring you only the best in shiny click-clacks. Click-clacks? What is... Ow. You can check their ever-growing collection over at dieharddice.com and use the link below to get 15% off. You're putting this all on me? I better get a cut. Good evening. Talk about secrets. The unlife of a kindred is one filled with secrets. Death and the embrace do not always strip a mortal of the skeletons they used to keep hidden in their closet. Not only must the newly created vampire deal with their new nature and all that it entails, but they must also ensure that their old secrets do not come crawling back to the surface. Thus, from the very moment they are embraced, the kindred are draped in secrets, like so many blankets on a cold winter night. Some will go undiscovered, left to be forgotten as the sands of time erode the kindred's memory, while others will lie in wait for centuries even, until the moment presents itself. That fateful moment when the vampire's unlife seems to be under control, when they think they have dotted their I's and crossed their T's. Tonight, we will unearth such secrets, skeletons, mistakes. We will cast light, the enemy of the damned, upon the mysterious past of a place long gone, but not forgotten. I am Simon, at Wandering DM, and I have just noticed that my window on my overlay is all messed up, and I apologize for this. But I will be your storyteller for tonight. Now, let's continue on to our story, shall we? a 1. And I got the wrong overlay for a second. Again. Reflexes. The kindred have supernatural reflexes. The storyteller does not. I am Simon at Wandering DM, and tonight I will mess up my entire Elgato mini deck. So,
Nice.
Hi everyone. Welcome to Interlude number 2 for our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle, Montreal by Night. Tonight is all about Lucky and all about a little trip he took to Halifax, the motherland, a few nights ago. Well, at least as far as the ending of Season 1 was concerned. So with Arthur last week, we advanced the clock for the calendar a couple of weeks. This time we're going to go back a few days prior on an August night as a plane takes off from the Montreal airport, bearing aboard 2 very special individuals. One, Lucky Dixon, and the other, David Desmond. The 2 of them are heading to the Maritime Provinces, the city of Halifax, for, I guess, vacation maybe. Before we go into our events from tonight, let's introduce our cast and our guest for the evening. We will begin with our returning regular, Trooper. Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm Trooper SJP, and I will be playing Lucky, who is, that's what people call him, and he is a Brujah, and happy-go-lucky, and everything is chill and fine. And if you know Brujah vampires, you know that chill exactly is how everyone describes them. Never like rage monsters who go off the handle and murder people, but always like super chill. And I will be playing Lucky, and I'm so excited to be here. I'm especially excited to be here because the special guest, who I didn't know about until this moment, is Hanimation, who is amazing. And I have seen Hanimation play on some other shows, and I was like, oh, how cool. And also, if you don't know their art, amazing and wonderful. I'm just going to go and up our guest because our guest is awesome. Also, yeah, yay, that's it. That's me. I'm so happy.
Cool. And speaking of our guest, actually, hello, who are you, Anna? And can you tease a little who you are playing tonight?
Hi, I am Hanimation, and I'm so excited to be here. I've been excited to be here ever since I was invited. I have wanted to play with Trooper again forever. Like, I'm so stoked. And tonight I'm going to be playing Nina Barker. I don't know how much more I can say about that, but, there's some stuff in store for Nina and Lucky, and I'm so looking forward to it.
It has been too long. That's all I'm saying.
It has.
It's been like years.
Literal years. Not in game, though. So we will begin our events with a scene. Tonight, we'll place the events in Halifax, where almost, I'm not gonna say generic looking, but an underwhelming type of kind. A human, just dressed casual. They have, roughed up dress pants, running shoes, kind of old, not branded, scuffed a little around the soles. They're wearing a kind of a nice t-shirt with just an opened up shirt. Both of them are stained with sweat. And they walk up to a figure sort of hidden in the shadows. We are... Well, actually, Nina, where is the likeliest place that your underwhelming retainer would have found you?
Oh, probably in a back alley on the way to some club. Somewhere dark but intimate.
The street lights can barely pierce the darkness in the alley. At some point, we lose all the facial features of this younger... What would you say, Nina? Early 20s, probably?
Somewhere in there.
He bows low in front of another figure in the dark. It says, Mistress, it's been seen again.
Where?
By the port. Some guy who's working night shift at one of the warehouses, I heard him scream. A lot of people heard him scream.
Did any of them run to look? How many people saw it?
I don't know. Maybe I didn't count. I wanted to tail it, but so fast.
I know. I know.
I'm sorry. I failed you, but
no.
I'll make sure to be better next time. But just know it's out again tonight.
You did a good job coming to me to tell me. Good boy.
Well,
we need to get eyes on it as soon as possible. Find out where it went. If it's no longer at the docks or if it's still there.
Yes, he straightens up and immediately assumes what could be considered work mode for this individual. Just, yes, going there right away. He freezes for a sec and then just pivots around and leaves running, leaving you to yourself and your musings in the dark. What goes on through Nina's mind at this point? This creature, you know it for what it is. It's a white.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been giving you no end of trouble lately. Again, it dared show its face. You are far away. Downtown Halifax is not just a hop and a skip from the docks. You by the time you get there, and you know that by the time your retainer gets there, it'll
be long gone.
Yeah, it'll be gone. It's probably just playing with you at this point.
It knows it's eluding me on purpose.
How does that make you feel?
Angry, but anger's never done anyone any good. It's better to just think. What would its next move be? What would my next move be if I were white?
That's a good question. Can you make a wits plus occult roll? So on these sheets, you just need to either you click like your wits, and then it's gonna ask you like.
I always go backwards.
No, backwards. Sorry, you click on the skill, and then it'll ask you which stat.
Okay. Occult and wits. Difficulty 2?
Yes. If I don't say anything, we'll leave it at difficulty 2. we forgot to do a thing, but we'll do that later. So, still, 2 successes. You know that the thing... Normally a white is devoid of anything that made it human before. But this one seems to have retained some form of instinct? Higher cognitive functions, maybe?
That does seem strange.
Yeah. There's one thing for sure that you know that a white would do, and it's to feed. It is animated only by hunger. You wouldn't... You know Halifax at the moment, so... The docks that your retainer spoke of, he meant the ones in the South End. The district called the South End. So they are just... They're piers, if you will. And then there's the whole, like, railways leaving the piers. You yourself, being more downtown, more near the waterfront, I mean, by car it would take you, I don't know, 10 minutes at most. On foot, maybe up to an hour. If the thing wants to feed, it's probably going to to hang around South End. You figure there are 2 places where you are bound to find prey tonight. And those are the universities. We are in late August. The semesters have just begun. There are bound to be parties. There are bound to be kids outside. I mean, I say kids, they're probably adults, but like, you know, young adults. Mm-hmm. Outside at this late an hour.
I'm sure somebody would be more than happy to give me the information on which parties seem to be the most popular.
Yes, though you are currently in an alley, where would you go around asking for such things?
I thought I was in an alley near a club.
Oh, so you're gonna ask, yeah, you're gonna go inside the club and just start asking around?
Mm-hmm.
Make me that, let's go with charisma and persuasion. Or streetwise. You can choose.
Four successes, looks like.
Oh, boy. Why didn't it say anything? Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4 successes. Right now, the biggest party, well, you know, save from in the club where you're at, would clearly be at Dalhousie University. Okay. There's a, basically the, like the football club have this, the football team, they have this, almost like a homecoming party before the whole homecoming thing. And it's going to be a bit later tonight, but you figure by the time you get there, like you would for sure get there before the brunt of the party begins. The people you're asking in the club tonight, their plans were to actually like pre-game here and then leave to go.
Well, of course, clubs close way too early.
Especially in such a rich nightlife city as Halifax. Not throwing shade, not throwing shade. And so you head out that way. And long story short, by the time you get to the party, the white has preceded you. By the time you approach campus, the first thing you...
Is it gone, or is it still here?
It's probably gone, judging by the flashing lights of cop cars.
Damn it.
Ambulances. And a blood-soaked form. Actually, a form under a blood-soaked blanket being, wheeled on a gurney inside the ambulance. A lot of students freaking out.
I'll approach one of the students. Were you at the party? Did you see what happened?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that girl, she just came right at him.
You saw her?
Like, fucking everyone saw her. Fucking kind of...
Shit.
The ring girl, with the hair and the thing. Like, we're not even Halloween. What the fuck was that?
It was probably someone on some drugs or something. You know how these parties can get. You've heard about the incidents in Florida with bath salts. People try all sorts of things all the time. Did you happen to see which direction she went after leaving the party?
Fuck no. She came in and she like tore his balls off and ran away or something. There was just like a shriek. It was way too high pitched to be a guy. And like, fuck, he fell right down there. I don't even know the guy. I think he was new here. I think he was like a transfer. I don't know. Like, what the fuck?
It's all right.
Yeah.
Calmly.
Are you using anything to calm him? Or just magnetism?
I don't think I have anything. I don't think I have anything.
So just yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just looks at you and goes, but why are you asking though? You're not a cop.
No. Oh God, no, I'm not a cop. Just trying to track down, what's going on around here.
Oh, yeah, well, our party's over.
Everyone feels the need to feel safe in their own home.
Shit. I'm gonna go smoke a big old blunt back home. Do you want to come? I don't know you, but you don't feel like you're the person that's gonna... And he looks back over at the ambulance that's now leaving the scene. Yeah. You know what? No, maybe not. I won't be mean. I don't know who you are, but... Yeah, no,
I completely understand. You don't know me. You could.
Ooh, make that manipulation persuasion check.
Okay.
And you can, I mean, if I think, are you going to use this opportunity to feed on this person? Like, is it you looking for food?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, then you could use your specialty and add yourself an extra die.
Okay. Persuasion, manipulation?
Yes, manipulation.
Okay. Four successes.
Oh God. Despite that little voice in the back of his mind telling him that it might not be the best idea, there's a second voice. Like, imagine like the devil on the shoulder that's just like, you miss all the shots you don't take. So he's going to agree. They're going to walk back to his place, some dingy apartment near the what is it? The like students' housings on campus. And we're just gonna hand the camera up to the sky. Look at the moon and the stars and the plane. And move to Lucky for a moment. It's been a smooth ride so far. The plane is like 3/4 full. There's, they crammed as many people as they could, but who takes an overnight flight midweek to Halifax from Montreal? Most of the people here, you can see they're all like business oriented. If not, if not white collar, they're like specialty workers that like are needed the next morning for whatever job they do. You and David are basically the only two that look like tourists, or maybe students, like moving into the starting university tomorrow and taking the very, very last flight.
By the way, I checked. It's a I can't remember the name of the company now, but it's like a local Canadian sort of cheap airline.
Oh
I
yeah,
can't
for
remember-
sure. Probably the
I
one
can't
I
remember which
took
one
to
it
go
was.
to St. John.
Yeah.
They're good. They're good.
No.
Throughout the flight, which is like 2 hours, David has been asking you a lot of questions about Halifax. So, what are we supposed to do there? I mean, you told me you'd bring me along, but like, it's not like Halifax is the end-all be-all of cities. We could have gone to Toronto.
We could have gone to Toronto, but Toronto's not the point.
So what is the point?
You should see where you're from.
I was born at Rosemount in Montreal.
But your mother was born here.
Yeah, she did tell me a couple times that she came from Halifax, but I mean, we don't have family there anyway anymore.
No. You don't. But it's important you to see where you came from.
Sure, so we're taking a late night flight to go see what, like the house my mom was raised in? Actually, that brings me to another question, man. And I mean, don't take it wrong, but like, and he immediately lowers his tone. Because despite being a little confused, curious, years of living with you and his mother and how she acts around you sort of rubbed off on David. And he lowers his voice and asks, are you my brother? Are we going to see your old place? Or like it's like mom doesn't want me to ask, right? But I mean, we family or something?
Something like that. But it's better to speak when we get there. It'll be something. It won't be what you expect.
Yo, you don't plan on just ditching me there, right?
No, your mother would kill me.
Okay, yeah, no,
She would.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And there's just like Nom flashbacks in his eyes.
I will have to get a motel room, and but then I'm going to take you to the basin.
Sure, cool. Yeah. And he like, sits back down, like leans back in his seat, gets his phone out, and next half hours from him anyway, unless you speak to him, spent in silence as he just scrolls like random either Wikipedia entries or like guides on Halifax and photos of what the city is, sort of try to get an idea of what to expect when he gets there.
Don't expect a lot of nightlife.
Okay, sure, but going by this, I should expect a shit ton of murder, apparently. And he shows you his phone. And it's like something that made the news like an hour ago.
Halifax is kind of sleepy.
The fourth murder in just as many almost months. It's like one murder every 3-ish weeks at this rate. And they think this time that they've got witnesses. It happened at a student party, like a frat house party, and there's enough witnesses that they think they have a sort of a police sketch of the person. A woman, pale with long black hair. And sort of like dark, either eyeshadow or like bags under her eyes. Some witnesses say that she was wearing just a hospital gown. Others say it was like a ring cosplay. Others say she was naked. But
Was she armed?
Unarmed. It was bloody. The guy basically had he was stabbed in the lower abdomen. But the police don't know if there's a murder weapon or anything because the wound looked gnarly. That's not necessarily the exact wording they've used, but it was more ripped than cut. And just like the other murders, there was a lot of... It was bloody. The other, they recall, sort of same type of wounds. One was at the throat. One was at the thigh, like the inner thigh. It doesn't take much for you to realize that, those are all major arteries. Those are all... The last murder, by the way, was, where the liver is. Got stabbed in the liver. They thought it was a... So at first, they thought it was a crime of passion. The second time, they started blaming it on maybe like a psychotic, houseless person who just, broke down and just went on a rampage. And, there was a manhunt, but a manhunt for someone who doesn't exist or no one knew actually with it until tonight.
Locations?
The one tonight was at Dalhousie University. But the other ones that happened... so this is where the... let me just get where they are. I don't care about that. There was one murder in Dartmouth. Or Dartmouth. There was one, the very first murder happened at the Nova Scotia, the NSCC Institute of Technology. Basically the, God, what's the name for it again? It's the Nova Scotia College of something. Anyway, the NSCC, which is kind of where Africville used to be.
What's the take? Is the take like somebody's preying on college students? Like
right now, 2 of the murders were college students. The 2 other were a single mother, and the other one was an elderly gentleman. None of them, by the way, actually I should say all of them, white. Because this is probably something that you would pick up on knowing what's the history of the place and why you're going there. The very first murder happened near where Africville used to be. The second one happened in Dartmouth. The third one happened in downtown. Huh?
Where the Micmac used to be.
Yep. And then downtown, the third one, and then the fourth one, Dalhousie University, which is basically, you could call it edge of downtown. So it's like the thing is doing like a circle almost. The murders. Which means the next one should be at the Walmart. If you're a very bad investigator.
Walmarts are dangerous.
Because then you would go full circle. Yeah.
Look, that's some dangerous. We'll have to watch out. David?
Yeah, I have questions. And he just types on his phone like a note that he shows real quick. And it just says, one of you.
Types back. Maybe once. Not anymore.
Is that why we're going there?
No. Listen, if I tell you to run, run. Do you understand?
Yeah. And then what?
Run.
Okay. Got it. Got it.
Don't look back. Lay low. And be at the airport tomorrow night. If I'm not there, go.
Okay. Okay.
But if we're lucky, we won't run into anything.
I'll keep close until you tell me to run, all right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are going to go see just old houses, right? We're not doing anything with, and he just like shakes his phone.
I hope not. That wasn't the plan.
Okay, cool. All right. Okay.
It's not good. We'll get a motel room right off. And if you need anything to eat, I was hoping to find a box, but be careful.
Okay. All right. Yeah. And that's when you would hear the ding, and the like fasten your
Halifax is
seat.
too small. It's too small. It's not good.
Plane lands. You go through baggage claims, which you just breeze through it. Both of you don't have anything except your carry-on. I just need to check one thing about the Halifax Airport. Is it the one I thought it is?
How many people live in Montreal? I'm going to look that up.
See. Halifax Denfield International Airport is...
International? Don't you love those international airports that are like... They're technically international, but...
Yeah.
They're so small.
Yeah, but it's still far away from downtown. Far away from where you might want to go. It's oh yeah, it's in kilometers. It's a 20-minute like Uber ride.
Yeah.
To get down. And I figured you hail. Do you prefer driving yourself or like hailing a cab or something?
We're going to go to a motel, so I think that'll be fine to get a cab.
Okay. What's your resources?
I think I'm at 1.
1. So you can get a
not-
pretty cheap.
Yeah. We would have anyway, because you don't need to be fancy.
No, I'm just looking very quickly. The one you could probably afford is
Up north.
no, there's one kind of downtown. It's near a GameStop in Micmac, actually. Lake City Motel. It's $85 a night.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
mean, we're in 2014, so it's probably cheaper than today. But yeah, it is the cheapest I've seen.
Yeah, and we want to get as close as we can to the north end.
Oh yeah, and you would actually be well, it's a 2-hour walk, but it's a like 5-minute car ride.
Yeah.
So you're probably, unless you wanted to get closer, then I would say that's all of the money you can afford for the session.
We'll probably get the cheapest place we can and then head up.
Okay. So you do that. You get your place. You have the key to the motel room. David will ask if you want him to hide out here if anything happens.
Yes, until tomorrow night.
Sure. Oh yeah, and he looks around the room and like, of course there are windows. I was like, what's the situation with that?
Well, I can stay in the bathroom.
Okay, cool.
Just keep the
Not super
curtains.
comfortable, right?
It's
Sleep.
okay. I sleep like the dead.
Okay.
Yeah, we should make it out there. If this thing happened tonight, we might be safe.
I hope so. So
Yeah.
where is there actually? Where are we going?
North.
Like back to the airport?
No, all the way to the tip. Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right. He like take his it's a little chilly in Halifax compared to Montreal because port
On the
town, ocean and all that. We're still like middle of the summer. But he has like a light sweater on. And he shoves his cell phone in his pocket, wallet in the other, and he follows you. You know where you're going.
You can't go forward unless you know where you've come from. That's what this is about.
Okay.
Especially since you maybe got a girlfriend.
Yo, you haven't taken me to like the other end of the country just to talk about what's her name? To talk about Marie, right? Or MJ.
Well,
he would call her MJ
yeah.
because that's
Well, if it comes up. But first things first. Let's go. Let me show you where you're from.
Sure.
We're going to the basin. It's beautiful at night.
Okay.
I imagine we can probably get an Uber, right? Or he would probably get it because
Yeah,
He's
because
got a
now
cell
you're
phone.
flat broke. Yeah.
and he's got a cell phone. And also, then it does not have me. I don't have a cell phone. I mean, I have a flip phone. It's an old.
Mm-hmm.
I have no apps, is what I'm trying to say.
Mm.
But I do have T9.
I mean, having a smartphone at that point in time, they
2014.
were still expensive. Like,
Yeah.
if I remember right, 2014, we still had actual iPods.
Oh,
Like, it weren't like you could have both.
I still have my iPod. I love it. It's so good. It's old, very old. And I think we'd head up to the northern tip, right there by the basin. And I would keep my eyes out though, because I don't like that. There's that's a bad vibe. That's all. Prax says that surprised that he could find a flip phone. I actually still had one. I kept my razor for a very, very long time. I only got rid of it when I could no longer replace the battery. Because it made me feel like I was in Star Trek, and that's cool. That's all. I'm just saying.
So you make your way to the basin.
Yeah.
Now,
this old park.
Yeah, for our dear viewers who might not know, like, we've thrown around certain words in certain places in Halifax, but we'll use this through the medium of David. And what is the basin?
So, Bedford Basin is a large body of water, right? That if you go, it goes north from, I suppose, the ocean, right? You've got the Atlantic, and the water goes in upwards into Halifax, right? And then it sort of ends in this large water area, the basin, which is sort of north of Halifax proper. And you've got shipping coming in and out, but at the very, very tip of that sort of kind of peninsula, I suppose, where Halifax is, there's a park. It would be just sort of like an empty park right in the very, very north end, with a church. It's kind of like a museum church would be there. It was rebuilt. There's like a little church just there. It's like it used to be a golf course at one point in time, but it is a little bit of an empty park now, with nothing there, just overlooking the basin, the bay. Just a small church as a reminder. Yeah.
There's a park with swing sets and playground stuff.
Little boat launch.
Yep.
And there's a bridge, right? And on the other side of the bridge, across the Narrows, it's like Wallace Heights, Shannon Park, which I believe is actually, there used to be a Micmac village there, because Dartmouth is not in that area. There was a village
Dartmouth
right
is sort of southeast of there. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's where Lake Micmac is.
And the Micmac people lived there at one point in time. They don't live there anymore.
Nah, neither do the people of Africville.
No. And he would take David to this place, and he'd say, "This place is where your mother was born."
He takes a long look at the park, at the most barren park. There are a couple of trees. There are a couple of like picnic tables. It's pretty much just a vast expanse of grass. There's the
and
the bridge to playground. There's the sundial with the names of the people.
The big toll road, right? And on the other side of the toll road, it's all developed with all these houses and things, right? On the other side of that road, it's all just empty park. Says, this was where your mother was born. It's where I was born. This would have been where you were born.
I was expecting houses.
Yes. They're all gone now. It started... 1700s? I suppose it started earlier than that, but... they stole us from our home. They took us here to the New World.
Yeah.
When we came, we didn't come alone. The water spirits came with us.
The what now?
Water spirits. Your ancestors. We thought about the water being important to us. That's one of the things we're going to do here, by the way. Water has a spirit, and it would watch over us to keep us safe. The US, they had that revolution.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
They should make a musical about it.
Oh, maybe they should, but it shouldn't be boring like some other kind. They should do something new with it. Some kind of new music, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe rapping. I don't know if that would work. Look, when the U.S. they had their revolution, the English, they said, if you, us, fight for the crown, we'll set you free. And many of our ancestors did, but we lost. So we fled, and we came here to this place. It's called Africville then, and there were no houses then either. It was empty. And refugees, we built a home in this place. We built all the houses with our bare hands. That church, not that one, that's a reproduction made because they're embarrassed by what they did, but we built a church with our own hands.
Wait. I need just a little clarification here. When you say we, like you mean like general we.
I mean black people.
No, but I mean you don't include yourself. Like you didn't.
No.
Okay, because man, I don't know you. Mom doesn't want to.
I wasn't born yet.
Okay. Okay. Just clearing things out. Can I ask those things, by the way?
Here you can. The Underground Railroad.
Yeah, I know that. Well, I mean, I've heard of that part.
Yeah.
Here, I never heard of it.
Oh, well, it ended here. When people from the south of the U.S. came north, they came all the way north to here. And there were so many little towns. And this one here was ours. And it got people, and we made a home, and it was ours. We didn't have a lot of things, but we had this place. And the thing about Africville was that actually, if you look over there, that's where the Micmac lived. There was a village over there, but the people of Halifax, they didn't care about us, Which is okay, except they didn't necessarily leave us alone. They dumped toxic waste. I didn't start with that. It started off with a plague hospital, trash, garbage. They just dumped whatever they could in our area. They didn't think this place was interesting. And we didn't have electricity or infrastructure, anything like that.
That didn't piss off anyone? Like, no one fucking did anything about it?
Well, it's complicated. So, there was an explosion. That Halifax explosion. It
Like, what exploded?
Oh, a ship full of ammunition was coming into the harbor, and it crashed, and it was the biggest explosion that's ever happened outside of a nuclear warhead. Happened in World War I era.
Oh,
And
shit.
It destroyed the entire village of the Micmac. They were all gone, all wiped out completely in an instant.
Can you make a check for me?
Absolutely.
As you recount the tale of the explosion and everything, to a very astounded David, could you make we'll go with wits and awareness, please.
Mm-hmm.
And give yourself a +1 because David technically would like roll, but instead I'll have it give you a +1.
6 out of 2.
Twigs snap, leaves rustle,
Wait.
and you can hear, so your 6 successes, even the soft footfalls of someone trying to creep. 6 successes, trying to creep towards you.
I interpose myself so that I will be between this person and David. Hey, buddy.
Hey. There's this lanky guy wearing sweat stain shirt, kind of dirty, dress pants, scuffed, running shoes with like short, frizzy hair, light brown with a thin nose. He looks like he barely has a chin at all, and he keeps looking downwards. If you need a face claim, think Michael Cera.
Very little chin. Yes.
And he's like, you,
What are you doing here, buddy?
how do I do that? The mistress will see you now. Think. Listen, and he like jaunts all up to you closer, and he's like, never really done that before. I know it's weird. I'm watching the place. You're new in town. I think you're not. Oh fuck. Sorry. Can you give me just a second? Can we just do this over?
Okay.
Like just a sec. And he grabs his phone, dials a number. Nina, your cell phone rings. What's the name you have for him in your cell phone? What is he known as?
Just darling.
Hey, mistress.
Hello. What good news have you come to bring me?
I was walking around trying to find. I found one.
Good boy. Oh.
Yeah. Sorry, give me a sec. What's your name, man?
What's your name?
Oh,
Look,
I'm
buddy. What is this?
I'm Billy. But William, Bill, Willie. Well, whatever. William, Bill, or Bill. Anyway, it's because. All right, look. I don't know much about things, right? But I've read stuff, and I think I can. Fucking weird. Simon needs to look at something in his notes. 2 seconds.
Just like, who is this guy?
Yeah,
right?
I know, right? Who is this guy?
He doesn't look like he's going to start stabbing anybody. Is he on drugs? Like, what do we got here? Like, who's hanging out in the middle of a park at the edge of the city in the middle of the night?
He says, I'm a... And it's so weird to say that. I'm like an agent for the Queen of the Night. That sounds so fucked. Listen.
Opera?
And by the way, Nina, you can hear like muffled version of this as he just keeps his hand on his phone away from his face.
Sweetheart, hello.
It's just a sec, mistress. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. It's my
Don't
first.
keep me waiting.
Fuck. And he just hangs the cell phone towards Lucky. He's like, take it. The cell phone is moist, so much that the guy was sweating.
Heyo.
Hello? Who's this? You're not my darling.
Your buddy handed me the phone.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Hello?
Hello.
Who is this, please?
Who is this?
Well, I did ask first, but my name is Nina Barker. Now you give me yours.
Lucky Dixon.
Lucky. Did you come by that name naturally?
Yes.
Good. Excellent. Now, it seems my darling has been watching you.
And
That's disconcerting.
2 seconds, as this is happening, you can both hear with your other ear. Billy has approached David, and he's like, So like it's a thing, right? That like they all have like one like servant going around. It's so fucked up, man, right? David is half confused. I'm not his servant. I'm like his brother.
Yeah, don't talk to him. This is not said to David. This is said to Billy.
Oh yeah, no, and immediately Billy just looks down, and you get the feeling, Lucky, you've seen that before. Like,
yeah.
He knows what you are because he's had experience.
Yeah. And with that, he's like, Miss Barker, my understanding is that there's a protocol. I'm not meaning to be in your city. If I need to, I don't plan on being here more than a night.
It's not my city. Any more than it's your city.
I don't know what the structure is here in Halifax. I haven't been here for a while.
So why are you here?
Do I need to announce myself to you? Is this a...
Oh, I would love to meet with you in person. I would rather you didn't announce yourself anywhere, though. Billy will take you to me. But do speak more kindly to him, please. He is rather fragile.
Yes, no, he just doesn't need to be speaking to my brother. Things my brother hasn't had a conversation about yet, if you know what I mean.
Well, I'll have a very stern word with him then when I see him again.
Okay.
But do bring him back to me in one piece, if you would.
Of course. Hand the phone back.
So, Mistress?
Yes, darling. I need you to bring him to me, if you would. Him and his brother. We don't want to separate them. They are our guests in the city.
Okay. Okay, where? The club?
Yes. Go ahead and meet me near the club again. I'm a little ways away, but I think I can make it there in time to meet up with you.
Okay.
Good boy.
Closes the phone. Apparently it's a flip phone as well.
2014 flip phones. It's also the world of darkness. And I feel like that's, in the world of darkness, things are worse.
It's retro. It's cool.
Yeah. As you hang up, Nina, you are, if the camera was to zoom out from you, you are in the barren, kind of messy apartment of just your average college student. there's a couple posters on the walls of like recent blockbuster movies and sports stars and the like. It's almost not generic, but just like he wanted to put something on his wall, so he grabbed the first thing he saw in either like a magazine or at the video store, because there were still video stores back then.
So the top grossing movies of 2014, but this is the World of Darkness version, so who knows? Guardians of the Galaxy, The Hunger Games Mockingjay, Captain America Winter Soldier, and the Lego Movie.
Fuck, Captain America 2 was in 2014?
Wow.
Yeah, of course he has like a poster of like Steve Rogers, because that's like his gains goal or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
And yeah, knowing this person as well, I'm going to say there's Bob Marley and Jamaica flags.
Absolutely.
And like he has a bong collection, by the way. It's not tasteless. He like there's a difference in like both the taste and the strength of like it, depending on what you smoke it in, you know. But he is currently passed out. Which means, Nina, you can set your hunger to 1, as whatever your hunger would have been anyway. Unless you want to kill him, in which case you can lower it to 0.
No, I can set it to 1. It's at 0 currently.
Yeah, because we forgot to set it, so it should be at 1.
Okay.
That's like my narrative way to excuse the fact that it wasn't set before.
No worries. It's at 1 now.
Cool. And you make your way.
So, 1 second, buddy.
What, me?
Yeah, give me
Am
1
I
second.
buddy? Okay.
And it turns out to be, listen.
Yo, who's that guy?
But I've got 2 things to say real quick. After the explosion, they spent all this money to rebuild Halifax, but they didn't give any to us. And by the time it was the 60s, it was embarrassing to them. We had raw sewage running through our streets. Nothing. But it was still ours. And they decided to get rid of it because it was embarrassing. So they said, you have to leave. And we said, you can't take our land. And they said, do you have deeds? I mean, we came here in the 1700s. What do we have deeds for? And one night they just came in with garbage trucks to take everybody's stuff, and
that's messed up, man.
They destroyed the whole place.
That's fucking... And you can see like David getting angry. He's looking for something to kick. He doesn't find any rocks, any pebbles or anything, and he just like kicks the grass. And he's like, oh, if you wanted to get me pissed off by bringing me here, like, yeah, that worked. Like, what the fuck?
You have to know something. They spread us out. They put us in apartment blocks, projects. We didn't have anything of our own anymore. But this place was ours, and they took it.
Where was Mom's house?
Her house? Her house is right over there. And it was, all the houses were brightly painted, different colors. It was beautiful. It was one of the most beautiful places. And we didn't have crime. We didn't have anything to take. But we had pride in a home. And I had a job, and it was to keep this place safe.
I mean, not much to do about the place anymore.
No.
Now why we're in Montreal?
Something like that, yeah. I got permission from the elders to go to Montreal for a night. And that was the night they came and took everything away from us. I wasn't even here for it.
It's fucked up. You could have stopped it.
Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know.
I mean, I just get the vibe, you know, that if, like, you could take on a garbage truck.
Probably. But listen, I was going to tell you a bit more, but I need to tell you something real fast. Buddy, don't be listening.
Okay.
Listen, who I am is, it's complicated. It's a long story. It has to do with a gift, a responsibility. But there are other people like me, not like me, different. They are, I will use movie terms, right? They would call themselves vampires. And it's a secret, and if anybody knows about it, they'll kill you. So
like, it's a bunch of, like, Twilight cosplayers or some shit, like at Comic-Con?
Yeah, something like that, but more real. And it's like I could explain it to you in terms of home, but spirits, all of that. But listen, we're going to go meet someone who I think is the prince of this city, I think. So just be respectful, and I'll just seem chill, you know?
Sure.
Just
Sure. That's kind of a lot to take in, man. But yeah, look, I'm following you. All right.
Yeah, just be chill. I had to tell you because I don't know what they're gonna say. So I don't know how many there'll be or what they're gonna say. But keep your head down. Don't be interesting, and we'll get through this.
Like that guy, and he like motions to Billy with the hands over his ears.
Yeah, not everybody treats everybody nice.
Okay.
Okay. Just
Yeah. I get an idea. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sorry you had to be introduced like this. I thought I could tell you later, but
dude, we're here for like 2 days.
Yeah. It's a lot. Look, we'll talk about it later, but sure. That was your mom's house right there.
Yeah, no, I'd like to come back here later. Like, I mean, it doesn't have to be tonight or whatever, but like, now that I know, that's cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah. You've got a grand heritage. You've got really important ancestors. You're important because you're from this place. All right, let's
Yeah. Just, and he straightens up his shirt, and then
just
Billy
be chill. Some of them get violent, so are touchy. Sometimes they some of them, I don't know many of them, but some of them are very touchy about respect and so forth. So just be respectful and
okay. Yeah.
Right, buddy.
Yeah. All right. Follow me, guys. Yeah. Sorry. Follow me, my lords.
Don't call us that.
I don't know, you know?
Call me Lucky.
It's a cool name. Maybe I should get a nickname. Yeah, that could be cool.
Chin.
Chin? Like chin up, kid?
Yep. That's exactly right.
Well, I mean, if she's okay with it, I can. I have a lot of pet names.
So she's how big is her court? Say as we're getting in the vehicle.
Yeah. No, he doesn't have a vehicle. He has a bicycle. So he's going to hail an Uber or a cab, actually, at that day and age. And when you ask about the court, you just I don't know. You mean like square footage? I don't know how big the club is. I don't know.
How many people?
Oh, there's like clear 100 people a night.
No.
Well, no, not even. No, it's kind of select few people sometimes.
Like your mistress.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what?
There are hundreds in Halifax? No.
Well, I mean, it's a super secret scene, you know? It's... People don't like to talk about it that much, but like... Yeah, no, maybe not 100. I might be exaggerating. I'm sorry. Maybe... I don't know... 20, 25? I'm not privy to most of it. Like, I don't go in all the rooms, you know?
Okay.
It's just not my...
It makes Halifax a lot bigger than I thought. All right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Anyway,
okay.
taxi's here. Come on.
It's like thinking like we got this big court now. Like I don't know why there's a huge vampire court in Halifax, and like something like okay, this is like okay.
And
Get ready.
before we reveal anything more, we're gonna go to break. Because that's gonna be amazing to pick back up.
Why didn't Artie tell me there was a huge, massive vampire court in Halifax?
There's a huge vampire scene in Halifax. It's just no one thinks that it's a big place, you know? So we are going to break. When we come back, we're gonna have a quick surprise before, right, Trooper?
Yeah.
You're okay with it?
End. We should probably do it at the end.
At the end? Okay, we'll do it at the end then.
Yeah.
Screw your surprise. We'll do it at the end. Hi, boys. We're going on break. Hi, chat. And we'll be back in like 5-ish minutes. Stick around, everyone. Hello, friends. So, as the taxi parks across the street from the Halifax Velvet Underground, the local, pretty much only kink club in the city, Billy says, so it's here? And like he gets out of the taxi and like opens the door for you and David.
I think probably Lucky would be opening the door before
Oh, okay.
Billy the Chin could actually.
He
get
doesn't
there.
even get there in time. Look.
It's okay, buddy. And I sort of tap him on the shoulder.
So this is the court, right? And there's like 20-ish people every night. Sometimes it's closed because it's not always. Anyway, hey John, and he like waves to the doorman. Doorman just looks up from his phone. It's like, he doesn't look much like security. Like it's mostly to keep like troublemakers who would try to harass the people inside out.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, what?
Real quick.
Yeah.
Prince, Baron, or Bishop?
She goes by Mistress when I call her. There's things sometimes I want to call her, but I don't think she would like that. And you're not supposed to know these things. So, I think you call her Mistress, or you call her by her name. Sometimes I think some of the other people inside, they call her by other. I don't know. I think you have to pay for that. I don't know how it works. Like, I'm not super comfortable in there. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be across the street, and like there's a McDonald's across the street.
Hey, buddy, you're not gonna announce us?
Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah. Okay, well follow me.
Because he's thinking, I don't want to be in a Anarch Sabat Camarilla thing with no introduction. Like we don't.
He is giving you 0.
Yeah. I mean, like.
So when you enter, there's like it's called like a public area. It's got the bar. It's got a stage. There's a show going on right now. It's like a light vlogging thing. Yeah. There's like 4 or 5 people just watching.
Music?
Yes, a very Vampire the Masquerade appropriate gothic punk nightclub music, kind of like what's playing right now.
Nice. I'm into it.
There's just a sort of, predatorial vibe. Like the music's got bite. But he points to a
I just want, for the record, want a shirtless muscle dude playing the saxophone like from the Lost Boys. I just want.
Oh, you want that guy? Ah, shit, what's his name?
Just in the corner.
Yes.
Why? We don't know. But I just want him there.
Yeah, he played again for a synth wave group that I listened to. Nice. Gunship, I think. Where they did a vampire song. But yeah, he points to a door in the far back. You notice that there's a lot of like VIP places, and he's like, this is the place, right? These are the people. Like some of them are regulars. I can see them from time to time, like Mrs. Jones over there, and he points to like a maybe like 40 years old woman. He's like, she's a kindergarten teacher. I had her when I was in kindergarten. I didn't know she liked these things. Like it's kind of weird, I know that my mom's postman also comes here from time to time. Like I saw him. I don't think he saw me before. Anyway, yeah, and the mistress, she normally has like her own like room type of thing. Like people don't often go. Anyway, it's over there, and he points to like this. Well,
go ahead.
Oh God. I have the word in French. Not cushion, but like no. There's a door, but there's like
velvet curtain.
padded, yeah, like padded, like red
Yeah.
velvet on it and all that. Anyway, kind of like fits in with the wall and everything. And
Lucky is placed such that Billy the Chin is going to have to walk us there because he can't go back the other way through us.
he walks you to the door and he knocks on the little glass, which is not really a glass that like sees through, so you have like complete privacy on the other side. Nina, you would hear.
I will go and answer the door, see who's outside.
It's him, who immediately just like walks backwards. Head down.
There you are. Who have you brought me something?
This the guy from the phone call.
Lucky! And you've brought a friend, have you?
Is it all right for him to sit in the club?
Oh, we love friends. Come on in. Darling, why don't you go and wait for me in the puppy dog room?
Oh, okay.
That's a good boy.
And he's like gonna go to another door, open it, just look back a bit, kind
Go
of
on.
forlornly.
You don't want to
and
disappoint me, do you? Go on.
then door closes.
Like Lucky's going to walk in waiting to see if there's like scourges or other sorts of,
Well,
you know.
what is there in your room, Nina?
Mostly just me. It's a small room, but it's very cozy. There's like velvet pillows where you can sit down and luxuriate. You know, I like my privacy, but I like my privacy to be cozy.
Of course. And like you can tell Lucky's walking just to see like need like the quick look to see if they're like, are there other people here who are guards? You know, like am I walking into like what am I walking into? Like is that kind of like what space is this?
I don't think there are any weapons on the wall.
No
There might be
weapons on
flockers?
the wall.
No, okay. I don't know.
It looks less like a kink private room than the rest of the entire establishment.
Your Highness,
Oh, you don't have to address me by that. You look so jumpy. Do I make you nervous?
well, I understand that you're supposed to introduce yourself to the prince of a city when you arrive, and I didn't think
Oh, I'm not the prince of this city. I'm a visitor much like yourself. Just seeing the sights.
Oh. Okay, so who's the prince of the city?
You know, I'm not actually sure.
Okay, because I didn't think Halifax had.
Or what are you saying, Simon?
There are none at the moment.
Oh.
Well, that you
Oh.
know of?
Yeah, I'm not actually sure.
Because I didn't think Halifax was big enough.
It
for
is
that.
rather small, isn't it? Which can be both a blessing and a curse, can't it?
I see. I suppose. How did you, your friend there?
My darling, yes?
Yes. Billy the Chen said, that you had him waiting for me.
Yes. I was informed by someone who looks out for my best interests that there was another one of us in the city.
Oh, I just arrived.
So I've heard. I thought it would be best if I was the first to meet you as you were coming in, just to make sure that you didn't run into any unfortunate circumstances before we had a chance to speak. I take it you've heard about perhaps other things going on?
It's hit the news. It's all about what is that?
So you heard it from the news and not anywhere else?
No.
That's good. That's good.
The news doesn't look good though.
No, not particularly. It's rather inconvenient. And it's something that I've been trying to handle, but as you can see, I'm but one person. And I can only be in so many places at once. But perhaps it's something that you might be able to help me with if we share similar interests in getting this taken care of as quietly as possible.
Right. This is probably going to You don't want stories like this to get into the front of the wrong eyes.
No, absolutely not.
Draw attention.
And she looks at David. She's like,
this whole conversation is a little bit like a little vague, and there's David just like
David has been looking at the walls. He has purposefully avoided eye contact, but compared to Billy, like David is not meek.
Is he your
He's a friend.
Just a friend?
Yes.
All right.
He nods.
And it was sort of like I imagine that being like, you could be asking one of two things.
Right. Like where we are, you don't know what version of my question I'm asking.
Right. And it's like, I don't know what version of that question you're asking, and I'm going to answer this way, which may or may not be true, depending on what, like, for some meanings of that thing, the answer is that is a correct answer.
Mm-hmm.
But for some, it may not be. Like, and so it's like this, like, oh, yeah. We're being vague with each other in a way that is still honest, but perhaps mysterious.
Mm-hmm.
Important, but not important.
I see. You two can go your separate ways at any given time. He doesn't feel the need to come back?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Now David looks confused.
He's not a bargaining chip.
I see. Should he be privy to this conversation?
Lucky looks at David.
David looks at you. His eyes basically saying, so what the fuck's going on?
Do you want to be in this conversation or outside of this conversation?
He lowers his, like, hushed tones to you, Lucky's. Well, you told me not to say anything or do anything, so is it better if I just... I want to go in the... whatever the fuck the puppy room dog is.
No, do you want to get a beer?
They serve beer here?
I hope so.
Ma'am, sorry, can I go to the bar?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Go to the bar and tell them that the mistress sent you and they should give you a drink on the house.
That's cool. Alright, thanks. Thanks.
If you need anything, just shout.
Sure. I'll leave you two alone. And he just leaves politely, again trying to, as much as possible, not to make a fuss or say or do anything that could be misconstrued. Mm-hmm. He's very much black guy just got pulled over by a white cop type of thing.
Let's just be careful, right?
Yeah.
Once he leaves. Okay, so I sorry, I don't know you. You said you're a visitor here from where?
That doesn't matter. What's important? Well, no, I don't think it is. I don't think it is, and I don't think that you think it is either, quite frankly. But, so he's not your retainer, then?
No.
No, okay. Is he mortal, or?
Yes.
Okay. And you travel with him?
He's not a bargaining chip.
I didn't think he was, darling. We shouldn't treat them like bargaining chips at all. We should take care of them. Even our retainers. It's our responsibility, after all. And we should, it's our responsibility to take care of those who can't take care of themselves in the same way. Which is why I think that we should take care of this little problem that's been plaguing the city, you and I, so that it doesn't get in front of the wrong eyes, like your friend who's not the bargaining chip.
Yes, or also the Inquisition.
Them as well.
What is happening here in Halifax?
Well, there's this thorn in my side that I've no idea how it was first sprung upon the city, but it has been attacking people, and every time I've tried to track it down, it has completely evaded me. You know what I'm talking about. Beastly, ghastly thing.
Why Halifax? What?
I'm not sure.
Listen, there's a lot I don't know about, but I suppose I should know. Are you the Anarchs? Are you Camarilla? Are you
Oh, I'm
Sabat?
Anarch, darling.
Okay.
And yourself? I feel if I give you information, you should reciprocate.
None of them.
Really? That is interesting.
I just wanted to figure out which group you were, because everybody has different protocols. I don't know all of them, but wanted to be respectful. Can I ask why you've been following me or keeping tabs? Who told you? I try to keep a low profile, so it's a bit disconcerting.
Oh, I'm actually here in the city collecting information. It's none of your concern. It's just that when a second vampire shows up mysteriously whilst I'm chasing down an inconvenience of this sort that's been causing problems, you do tend to worry that perhaps it's someone who's come to make sure that both you and the problem are taken care of, since it wasn't done in a timely manner.
Oh no!
You understand my concern, of course, darling.
Yes. No, I'm not related to any hierarchy structure.
That's interesting.
I've not been sent in. I didn't even know you were here. I just came to visit old haunts.
Really? Well, why are you here then?
I grew up here. I just wanted to see home.
Grew up here for how long?
Oh, I left a while ago. 70s, 60s.
But this is where your inception?
You know, some of these details are tricky.
I don't mean to be tricky, darling. I only mean to be curious. Curiosity killed the cat, you know?
I'm pretty safe. So, somebody knew there was trouble and they sent you here?
Well, no, there wasn't trouble to begin with. I was sent here merely to look for interesting information on the area, and the trouble arose whilst I was in the process of looking for said information. So it was innocuous, and then it became uninnocuous, unfortunately. Right. And I'm trying to make it innocuous again before that becomes an even bigger problem than it needs to be. I would love to go back to my information gathering, but...
I can help. If there's trouble that'll cause people harm, I can help. You planning on moving in?
Oh, no. Oh, no, this place is much too small.
Okay.
That's the reaction everyone has. About Halifax.
It's pretty small, but if you're gathering information, I figured probably you do that so you all can move in, right? To make a new place?
Well, perhaps someone wants to move in and make a new place, but it's not me. I'm just doing the legwork. I owe a small favor, and if this is all they ask, then, I'm more than happy to look around, poke around a little, see the sights, if there are any. This is the best one I've found so far.
Oh, this wasn't here when I was here before. There wasn't much.
Well, they've made improvements in your time away, it seems.
How long have you been here?
No more than a year. Very short amount of time.
Oh. Huh. So, Billy the Chin, when he said there was 20 of you, he didn't know.
No, he's talking about the club. There's maybe 20, 25 people
who come in every night. Some regulars, some
Okay.
oscillating faces. And poor thing, he's not very bright, but I do love him so.
Um,
Perhaps that's part of why I love him so.
can I ask, where are you from?
Well, you
Or
could, but
where do you live?
A lady likes to keep her secrets, doesn't she?
Okay. I just wanted to know if people were moving in, that's all.
No. Well, I'm not.
Hmm.
And that's what's important right now. Actually, what's important is I think that we should probably try to start looking into this little problem.
Yes, we'll probably need supplies. Uh,
And where would you recommend we look for supplies?
it looks around, a knife and a chair?
Well, we have both of those here, but I don't think they're going to be of much use.
Make a steak.
Steak. Okay.
If it's one of us.
You,
Well-
you know
Sorry,
that
what?
there's a in the supply closet. You know that there's a couple of like mop handles that are actually just all wood
Mm-hmm.
that you could just snap and make a quick steak out of it. Or a
Well, I
chair
can-
leg. That's also like a bar stool leg.
I would prefer you not break any of the furniture that's currently in use, especially none of the furniture that is. I mean, sometimes it's hard to tell, but there are pieces that are patrons. Please don't break those. And but we can go to the supply closet and see what we can find there.
Something hefty?
Hefty enough. And if it's not hefty enough for your purposes, we can go elsewhere.
I can make one for both of us. It'd be an extra.
Excellent.
Looks like they're making a circle around the city. From the news. Were there any more that are besides the 4 that were reported?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. It looks like every 3 weeks they feed. They just fed today, so
Yes, today was the most recent one, so hopefully they won't be feeding again too soon, but better to cut them off at the pass.
yes. Which means if they're fed, they might be complacent, less anxious, easy to sneak up on, maybe.
One would hope so. This one is unusual, though.
In what way?
Well, I don't know who it answers to. I'm not sure what its plans are, if it even has plans. But if you think that it'll be easier to sneak up on now that it's been fed, I'll take your word for it until we're proven otherwise.
Let's hope. At least, my hope is that they won't be actively searching if they've already fed. So we have to figure out where they sleep, or where they stay. Come, let's get to the closet. I'll make some.
Right, of course. Please follow me.
Do you to try to figure out how to ask this, we're heading towards a closet. I think you say, I think you all say things like, you're the daughter of whose blood. I think that's how you talk about it. Something like this. Your family, your
My family.
yes.
Well, don't you think that's a little forward? Why don't you tell me about your family first?
I think the way you would describe it is Bruja.
Oh, no, not Bruja. Is that what you are?
That's what yes, that's the way that you would describe it.
Oh,
I
I
think.
see. Yes, no, I'm ministry.
Okay, that is sorry, hold on.
A
let me
little
think.
more unusual, I fully admit.
I don't know all of them. That was he's thinking, oh, I wish Artie were here. That's the one who I don't think I can. I wish. What would? There's no vampire lore, is there?
That would be occult. if you are unsure, and especially if given Lucky's very special upbringing,
which was not cosmopolitan. He grew up in the sticks. Occult intelligence?
Yeah, we'll do occult and intelligence.
Let's see. No, I've never heard of them. I've never heard of them. And you can see he's thinking, trying to think of it. Like,
the word completely new to you. Ministry doesn't. So they're like priests, but she said she was Anarch, not Sabbat, and the Sabbat are normally the people that are like
the priests.
Yeah.
I don't know them. Is that a?
Let me see. Have you heard of Set?
Could you give me more context?
Egyptian god Set?
Oh, yes.
Yes. We're sort of related to the followers of said god, in a way. We're a little more modernized.
Okay. So, I don't know what that means practically.
That's fine. Just think snakes. Lots of snakes.
Okay. Well, I mean, there are snake handlers in my religion background, but I think that's probably different.
And what religious background is that?
It's complicated. I think you'd call it voodoo here.
Really?
It's old, syncretized. But they called it a Baptist church, but it was a little bit older than that.
That's interesting. I don't think I've heard of many vampires who ascribe to voodoo.
Well, I suppose there are a lot more. You just have to go to the right places.
Perhaps.
I would imagine.
This is the first time I've traveled in quite a while, I have to admit.
Huh. Have you been to Egypt? And he goes and he's looking at the mop handles, right? And he's at the moment he's sort of like checking him out, seeing like what would be like a good length and heft.
Not for a long time.
Oh. And he'll put his hand out for a knife because he figures you have one, because you look like you're a person who has a knife.
Sure, I have a knife.
If you can make me Dex and
knife
Craft.
check.
Yes, and I have a
well, not Nina, but Lucky, who's working on the stakes.
And I have a specialization in carpentry.
Oh, yeah, yeah. They're going to be nice stakes. So basically, I'm looking at 2 successes per stake.
2 successes. I rolled so many. Let me. You
want to spend a will?
Yeah, I will spend a will to re-roll. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 5 of them.
You can only re-roll up to 3 of them.
3. I'll re-roll 3. So that'll be 3 more stakes. And 2 more.
2 more. So yeah, you've got 2 fine stakes. They are both functional and sturdy enough that they should resist, like, if you were to miss or hit, like, the bone plate or the ribs.
And you can see he's actually clearly quite familiar with like whittling, right? And he sort of makes these very expertly. And I think there's like a little bit of care to sort of like, he sort of like watches your hands. And he sort of makes sure he can sort of like, he sort of tries to sort of
ergonomic stakes.
Basically, right? So that they'll be comfortable in your hand. And he also will like sort of go and make sure he can like make sure there's no splinters so that it's comfortable for you. And he will hand your stake over to you.
Has anyone ever told you that you're good with your hands?
I'm a bit of a woodworker.
I see.
It's good work here. I mean, dark wood, I imagined, of course, stained, gives it ambiance. So some kind of one of us, somehow has been running a boat. We don't know how long they've been here, how they got here.
They've only been wreaking havoc like this for the short amount of time that the murders have been recorded. But no, I'm not sure what set them off, honestly.
Okay, so we got one of us who traveled down here to Halifax to wreak havoc. I saw the police sketch photo.
It looked like something out of The Ring, did it?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, when you look at Nina, if you put her hair down on her face, like the back of her hair down over her face, like she could look like the one in the police sketch.
I've not. What's The Ring?
Movie, the horror movie.
Right. Yes.
Not much for modern media, are you?
Books, music.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a couple of movies.
All right.
Okay, so you're good with that? He points to the steak.
Wonderful, fabulous. Thank you.
No. You've practiced?
Oh, no, not really. But I think I know the basics. It's pretty intuitive.
Okay. So
just in and out, yes?
In, not out.
Just in. Oh,
just in, not out.
That's new.
I suppose I should ask if we're going to go hunting. I'm good at I'm not bad in fisticuffs. I'm not particularly sneaky or anything like that, but in a straight up fight, I'm all right. What about you?
I can be particularly sneaky if need arises. Yes.
Okay. Pretty good making my way through things. That's all right.
If we could avoid any kind of bright light, that would be preferable.
Okay. Okay. So I don't know all what you do, but and I don't know. I mean, I imagine you know about what you call the brouhaha pretty well. I imagine you know about all that.
I've done my research.
Okay, so I might get my beast might take over when it gets in that space. It might not, but it might. If it does, it will get violent.
Well, I like a violent beast. Who doesn't from time to time?
Okay, so that's good. College. Do you have a?
Oh, it's long gone from the college by now.
No, I'm thinking maybe old maps. I can think about it. Thinking about the places they went. If there's any kind of pattern about them.
Well, we can certainly mark and see if there's any sort of similarities or pattern, as you say. Do we have access to a map, GM?
Yes, it's called Google Map.
Thank you.
Do you have like? I imagine you're a modern place. You probably have a computer, right?
In the club? I'm sure
In an
we'll
office,
find
right?
a computer.
Like you probably
in the office or Or I mean, I'm sorry. Let's just look at Nina's sheet for a second. Ooh, no, Nina does not have a smartphone.
I don't have a smartphone.
But she could probably easily get someone to look it up for you, or
Where's my darling?
with his flip phone.
He could pay the $3.99 to connect to the internet.
Yes, if you want to find him, he's in the puppy
He's in the
dog
puppy
room.
dog room. Let's go find him.
I've tucked the stake inside, and like I follow behind you.
So, Hannah, what's the puppy dog room?
Oh,
Because I have a mental image, but I don't know if it's your mental image.
I want Michael Cera wearing one of those leather dog masks.
yes, yes.
Sitting
hope
in
it
a
has,
room,
like-
there's like a little like doggy cage there.
Yeah, he's got his little collar clipped on.
Mm-hmm.
He's waiting for me to walk him.
Yeah. He's just he's like sitting, sort of like crouching with like the Spider-Man crouch with the hands down, kind of like imitating a dog.
Hey, buddy. We need your phone.
We need you to connect to the internet and find us a map.
Okay.
Shh, mask off, darling. I can't understand you when you're wearing that. You know that.
Mask off. Okay, I can do it. I'm happy to do it.
Now, darling.
He pulls up. What are you looking for exactly?
We are looking for a map that details all of the attacks in the last
You
few
can
months.
Poke him there. Mm-hmm.
So easily the website that the like news it's basically CBC and at some point like they have like this video playing of basically the segment that was on TV, and then they show like for a couple of frames you have like a map of the city with like places because they're telling people to avoid those areas.
Mm-hmm.
But it's starting to be like North End, South End, Fairview probably, downtown, Dartmouth. Like you're getting into like where everyone basically works or where everyone would hang out like at night in the evening or whatever. And you see like all 4 places. Can you... Looking at this, can both of you, if both of you are looking, give me wits and investigation?
Can I make academics? Because I'm thinking about the I want to think about it historically, like if they're like, what these things might have meant, if any of these attacks are taking place in somewhere that might have been important.
Go with
before,
intelligence academics.
Ooh.
Since I grew up here, because like I feel
Yeah.
like she can get the investigation part, but since I'm like, well, maybe like
No, that
in the
makes
50s,
a
was
whole
this.
lot of sense actually. Yes. So Intel academics for you and Nina investigation.
2 successes,
Successes.
but do I get the -2 to my roll? Because I have the thing about I get a -2 to any roll that doesn't have like inspire people to go down a different path.
Oh no, that's only if you trigger your compulsion.
Okay.
So far you haven't rolled bad enough to trigger it.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
So no, you're good. You're good for now. So that's 2
Do I-
successes. You
I
could.
have
Yep.
I have a specialization in academics and Africana studies. Would this be
Ooh.
relevant?
No.
Okay.
And to go back to Nina for a sec, if you want, you could always burn a point of willpower to reroll. You can reroll up to 3 of your like black dice, so like the first row of dice.
Okay.
So if you wanted to reroll those 2 failures, you
Oh,
could.
I think I accidentally rolled an extra die.
No.
Did I not?
No, you
Oh.
rolled 4.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So basically, the way the game works is when for each point of hunger you have, it takes away one of your normal die
Yeah.
and replaces it with a hunger die.
Okay.
And the hunger die isn't that much different, except
It's just
that
difficult
if your
problems.
hunger gives you more successes than your normal, or if you have like a crit and it's also in your hunger, basically the sheet will tell us anyway.
Okay.
That's where there's a problem. So the hungrier you are, you're not any
worse
less
things are.
good, but it's more risky.
Okay. Cool.
You might even be better.
And you
So
you could
only
actually
normally
be
roll
better.
2 dice.
Yeah.
If
Nice.
you have 4 hunger, then you're going to roll 4 dice.
Mhm.
They're all hunger dice, though.
But you can never re-roll them with willpower. That's
Okay.
another problem.
That makes
So,
sense.
Trooper, 2 successes on academics, 2 successes in investigation, and perhaps a re-roll. You're gonna have to type it in, by the way. It's like the /2.
Oh, you can hit the button, actually. There's right by the top of your character sheet. There's a little
yeah,
dice
right.
symbol.
Do I need to reroll?
Oh, if you wanted, do you want to?
No,
Okay,
I'm good.
good. So 2 successes each. First detail. It's not a circle. It's not a perfect circle. Nina, you know where that thing left originally.
Mm-hmm.
It's tracking a thing, like a pattern, almost. With your 2 successes, you would know that the Dartmouth murder is probably just a fluke. Like, it probably pursued prey beyond the
Into
bridge,
that.
like across the bridge into the other side of town, across the river. Because as it moves around, you've had pieces of the notes you found, right? From the entries you know, it seems to have, like, tracing the pattern of someone who would leave where you found it, eventually go to the docks as if it was waiting for someone. So it went, remember when there was a murder in downtown, but there's the waterfront in downtown. There are boats there. Then it went to the other place. And tonight it got spooked at the docks and left, thus went to feed at the university. The other murder that happened in North End, not too far out from another here. I mean, not too far out. It's not like within, 30 feet or whatever. But it seems to be keeping close to those places, like it was
drawn to the water.
Drawn to the water, or
The
maybe
docks.
or something, or ships or something, but
Right.
along those lines. And you figure it will probably try to go back to one of these places. There aren't
But
many.
there's
There
no
are
way to
3
tell.
places. Well,
Yeah.
except that tonight it got spooked out of one. So if there's one place it didn't have time to go, it would be this one.
Okay.
That's what your successes tell you, is that the likeliest place to find it is there. As far as your successes, lucky. The murders seem to track down the... it starts up in close to Africville. But then it moves to Dartmouth, which would be the Micmac territory originally. Again, 2 places that are of
Have been
significant
destroyed.
historical, and have been destroyed. And then it goes to, like, the town center. Where, well, not a whole lot of violence that happened there, except you remember there's like a story you kept abreast of. It's like in the 90s that it happened. There was an averted mass shooting in a mall. You're not quite sure if the mall was there, but, like, it's near downtown and it is near a shopping center. It seems to follow places of great violence. And it goes down toward Point Pleasant, basically the tip of the end. And so if it follows, violent places,
Yeah.
or what have you. You think that you could perhaps, if you hang around the south end of the island and cause violence, it could draw it out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But it's weird because it seems to be drawing from like almost like residual emotional energy.
Yeah. I say, so by the way, the Halifax explosion was when the IMO and the Mont Blanc collided in the harbor.
Yeah.
And I'm wanting to see if I can find exactly where that was, because I feel like it's probably
The one of 1917.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Richmond district that
Mm-hmm.
got, and it was part of North End.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a tsunami and everything. So it was in the harbor itself.
Yeah. So it would be near what we would call today the Halifax shipyard, which is close to where the first murder took place.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I mean,
well,
yeah, like when it went to Dartmouth,
mm-hmm.
you get the feeling that it wasn't necessarily about the explosion, but it could have been one of the great many acts of violence perpetrated against the Native American population at some point in the
because there was more than one.
Yeah, 400 years of history.
Miss Barker, so this, are you sure it's one of us and not something else?
I'm pretty sure it's a white. Is that not what you were thinking?
Oh, I was just thinking that it seems drawn to violence. That first one there is not too far from where the Halifax explosion was. Over there, that's where the Micmac, there was a town there. And this one also close to Africville was destroyed. And I think there was, in the 90s, I think there was a mass shooting that almost happened. And this last one here, that's not too far. So looking at it, so they seem to, maybe they're like a spirit of vengeance?
You really do know this area quite well.
Well,
it wasn't at all what I got. I was mostly noticing that it kept near the water, the various docks.
Oh. Well.
Oh, Simon got his. So in the World of Darkness, the Halifax mass shooting plot actually, because it has yet to happen in our timeline, we'll just put it back. It's supposed to happen in February 2015.
Oops. Already happened.
So
happened early.
My bad. Darkness. It happened earlier in the World of Darkness. And it is downtown.
Mm.
It is actually in sort of like Westmount. Basically the area that like they're now saying to avoid because of the university killing.
Mm.
You're not too far from there.
Well, it seems like could be some sort of spirit of vengeance, perhaps?
You think?
Maybe.
What in the world could have woken it up?
I don't know. Something drawn to violence, perhaps? I don't know. So you saying docks, the water.
Does that give you an idea? My best guess would be that it would try again to attack the dock that it was chased away from.
But where would it be staying?
Well, it can't go very far. I mean, it seems to attack in a very specific area.
Do you think it stays at the docks?
I don't know about staying at the docks. And which dock in particular would it stay at? We could check them, of course, but what's right in the middle of all of these places? Darling?
Huh?
What's right in the middle of all of these attacks?
Oh, you're asking me?
Mm-hmm.
Storyteller role? Skill check? By me?
You know,
Okay.
I was a sailor.
I will try my
Okay.
best, mistress, with my 4d10.
Nice.
Oh shit.
Nice.
Oh shit,
Mhm.
son.
Mm-hmm.
Good
That's
work.
3 successes. Like more than 2 vampires.
But not if you add us together. Then we have 4. So I'm just
2
saying.
vampires make a pretty good score
Yeah,
together.
I'm just saying that's 4.
You ask them what's in the middle of like that circle.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh, it's weird. There's the Islamic community center.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't
Does that
think you
have any-
mean like in the middle, right? You're thinking of something else, right, mistress?
It's about like traveling, right? How do you travel to these places without being seen so much?
Well, I figure if they're like naked and such and they're running around, they can't keep to like big open spaces and
No,
stuff.
unfortunately, exhibitionism is quite frowned upon.
Yeah.
It's because it gets pretty cold here.
There's that.
The waterfront is like it's the place where there's like the most amount of like no light. And you see he looks at you, Nina, when he says, no light.
I appreciate it, darling.
But yeah.
Which
Should
one?
hit the docks.
Yes.
Well, they would just walk through. I mean, if they don't mind water, they can just swim.
Or walk.
I mean, they can walk on water? Oh, shit.
No. It's okay, buddy. Maybe we should start at the very south end. They haven't hit there yet. They haven't hit the very south part, right?
No, they were found by dock workers who got spooked.
Yeah, the Point Pleasant, that whole area down there. The container terminal.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, maybe we should head there.
We could try that first, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, buddy.
Yeah?
You should eat a sandwich.
He looks to Nina.
Go ahead, darling. You've earned it.
Thank you, mistress. Do I keep the collar?
Oh, no, you can take it off, sweetheart.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't.
Wouldn't
looks
take
good.
it off.
Yes, it's okay.
His poor brain.
Take it off, sweetheart. Leave it here.
He takes it off.
It's for the customers. Well, the patrons, excuse me.
I'll be at McDonald's. And he just leaves for the restaurant across the street.
Like Lucky was gonna think, maybe take Digby with you. No, I don't want them hanging out. Like this doesn't seem like a good idea. Let's start south and then make our way north.
I like that idea.
We sort of head out. Hey, David.
Yeah.
We're gonna go. She and I were gonna go walking the docks. You might want to go back to the motel.
Okay. You want me to run to the motel?
No, just go back to the motel. I should be back before sunlight.
Okay, sure.
Take a car.
Like a cab? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Don't walk.
Okay. Thank you for the beer. It's appreciated.
Anytime.
Sure.
Walk out with Nina first.
Okay.
Just leave him here.
Keep some separation, yeah.
Yeah.
Separated.
Nina knows that he is looking at you go.
Just 'cause,
And
you
Lucky
know,
probably figures it and is like,
yeah.
kid just got a new girlfriend.
you know, it's just. Well, I don't know if they actually are. I don't know if she's actually his girlfriend yet, because he just punked
Yeah,
somebody for her.
they just, yeah.
You know, it's like the early courting stages when you beat people up for somebody. You know, that's vampire love. Yeah, so I think we should maybe head towards the very south tip, and then we can move northward.
Okay.
So, Miss Barker, as we're like, heading that way,
Mhm.
what were you looking for? Anything interesting I can help with?
Oh,
I've
mostly
been
just
here
some
for a while.
history on the area. You know, interesting facts about others like us who might have been here at some point or another.
There's not really a long history of people like us in Halifax.
But there is some history. It seems you're quite privy to a lot of it.
Well, I'd say this is one of those places where there just really weren't many people like us here. A place where nobody thought this was very interesting.
And why is that? I find it very interesting. In fact, I find you very interesting.
I'm not that interesting. Nobody to even really take too much mind of. So, I find people of our kind, most people of our kind, most of them are more interested in Paris and Lucky goes back to all those cities that like Artie would mention. London, Buenos Aires, I think big places.
He talks about Miami all the fucking time.
Miami.
Oh my goodness. Miami's so bright. All those places are so bright. You can't find intimate places in the big cities like you can in smaller ones.
No. But I imagine most people like us care about the anonymity of the big cities.
I suppose so. Anonymity does have its perks.
And what they call it, there's a tradition or something of hunting grounds. I think it's all about not making so many of them so that it doesn't density, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know all the details of all that, but it's a thing I think it's a Camarilla thing. I don't know if Anarchs have it. I don't know. Do you have a don't make new ones thing?
Anarchs have
Don't make new
respect.
hunting grounds?
No, new kindred.
Oh.
As an Anarch, anyway, it changes from
I do
one
what I
place to
want.
another, right?
I'm an Anarch. I do what I want.
But basically, from where you're from, Nina, the rule is don't be stupid about it.
Yeah.
Like, if you are going to embrace someone, make sure it's not someone who's going to cause more trouble than they're worth.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, you don't have to get like a written permission slip from the prince or whatever bullshit the Camarilla has. And you're certainly not like the Sabbat, who's just going to mass embrace a bunch of people, knock them over the head with shovels, bury them in people's gardens, and just wake them up with blood. Oh, wait, that's almost like what you found in Halifax.
What do you know? I tend to be choosy about that sort of thing. But then in the circles that I tend to inhabit, people don't tend to talk that much about their private lives and things that go on. So if you have an intimate secret, they tend to keep it.
Smart. I just always heard that sort of the Camarilla ones, you have to tell the prince everything. I thought you were the prince of this place. I was surprised. But research.
I'm afraid I'm much less interesting than I would be if I was a prince of some place. I apologize.
Probably, I find princes very uninteresting.
Is there a reason for that?
Who wants a prince?
That's as good a reason as any, I suppose.
I mean, princes don't. Everything I've heard about them, they don't sound like freedom.
By that time... Oh, sorry.
That's it. You know?
Okay. By the time you reach the container here, the container terminal, and it is a maze. A maze of darkness, of spotlights that will bathe the surroundings in light, probably to keep anyone who would like to trespass. But the inside, security agents have to walk around with flashlights themselves. It's cramped, it's labyrinthine.
So, I figure you probably have different ways of going about this than I do. My thought is to think, where would I hide if I were trying to survive? That would be my first thought.
That seems most sensible. Is there a role for that kind of thing?
Put yourself in the mind of a killer. I mean,
Sure.
I was thinking survival.
yeah, that would be definitely survival, or depending, you could probably go with streetwise.
Yeah, I feel there's slightly different ones.
Yeah.
Maybe also investigation might be good.
Well, if you want to know, like, if I were a hungry white, where would I hide?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Especially if you wanted to be around those parts, I would go with survival. However, investigation also works, because you're here to investigate.
Yeah.
And you can just, you know, if you decide to case the entire place, that would be investigation.
I'm gonna go with survival because
I'll do investigation. So what's
Alright.
the other?
The other role would be resolve for both of them.
Okay.
to keep our commitment to it. Yes. Okay. I've got one of two.
I've
Ooh.
got 3 of 2. Can
Let
we
me
combine
burn some
the sum of our
willpower.
parts?
No, well, investigation. Like, I mean, so as Lucky is trying to think of ways, unless you wanted to reroll something.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my willpower to re-roll those two, because Lucky worked on. He was a merchant marine for a while, so he's thinking about like where you would, like the places to kip down, like the places to sort of. I don't think I actually rolled the number of dice.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
Docs. 2. I got 2. So 2 out of 2.
Okay,
So
so
I'm looking. So she's looking at like a professional. I'm looking at like a person who used to be a merchant marine. Like where would you kip, that kind of a thing.
Well, those are steel containers. Most of them will mask the smell of whatever's inside. Though supernatural beings being what they are, if there is something with blood inside, coagulated blood might not be the thing that attracts vampires, though if it is a white and it is hungry enough, it might just not care. In this case, you should look for a torn open container. However, with both the investigation and the survival, there are fresh prey in here. Security guards walking around. They probably have some sort of break room or like little office or something. And as you head that way, you notice that the light bulb inside the office is flashing from the window. There are 2 like big windows so that it gives them view of both like the outside of the terminal and the inside of the terminal. There is a hunched shape, and clearly the window's been stained by something reddish brown.
Coffee?
Yeah, coffee.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If the stream was to pass the Disney censors, I would say coffee.
Oh. Miss Barker, that's not good.
No, I would say not.
It's a tiny office, maybe like 10 feet by 10 feet at most. There's an open door to go inside. Right now,
many
the hunched
entrances,
figure
exits?
does not
How
see.
bright is the light?
It flickers. So imagine a 100-watt light bulb.
Like a horror movie?
Like a horror movie.
Nice,
But
nice.
in your case, Miss Barker, let me just check something. Whenever the light is on, you would have a -1 to your rolls.
Interesting.
So if you time yourself right, you can probably have time to do something while the light is flickering, but...
Is there more than one entrance and exit to this place?
Do you count the windows?
Yes.
So if you count the windows and you break through them, there are 3 entrances. There seem to be 4 exits, in the sense that there is a door that you can see inside through one of the windows, but it doesn't seem since you've gone the entire way. So remember, the terminal is like an outside area, which is like a chain link fence, and this is just like a small concrete thing. It probably leads to like a second room inside, might be like a locker room or a bathroom or something. But definitely doesn't seem to be a way to go in.
And this figure is sitting on a chair, playing cards?
Hunched over, black hair, matted.
Okay.
You think it might be feeding.
Oh, I see. I see.
Great.
So distracted.
Right.
If we're going to do a pincer maneuver, right, coming from 2 different directions,
Yeah.
which way are they facing?
They are facing a wall, meaning that right now the door is to their right. One of the windows is to their left, and the other window is to their back.
The windows are just, they're closed. We'd have to break through the window if we wanted to.
Oh yeah, the window is like just this one big pane of glass.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't open, it doesn't close. There are no blinds on it either.
Shoot. Okay.
You're sneaky. Do you want to sneak in while I make a distraction?
Well, I can certainly try. I don't know how much use I'll be in the light if it decides it's the right moment to start working again, but I'll do what I can.
Well, I'll say get near the door and I'll head by the window and wait till I make a sound.
All right.
It'll be big.
And what happens if it decides to attack rather than fleeing?
I imagine it'll come towards me and then you can sneak up behind it.
All right.
And I think that he's going to sort of try to get to the opposite side of the door so that when he comes through, the person will look at Lucky, giving Nina an opening. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we're going to start with the diversion first to see how well it's going to be.
And he's going to wait until she gets in position so that she's, by the door.
Now, he has told me that he is good at fighting, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Little
Okay.
fisticuffs.
And also something about like his beast going all out.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that happens. While we're here, while I'm waiting for Nina to get into position, I'm gonna it's pretty chill, gonna just turn on my rapid reflexes because that's free. Because we can just do a little bit of that. I think that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's lovely. I'm also gonna just turn on my lethal body as well because that is also free. Just just a little.
Turning all the powers on.
Just 2 of them. Just being very mellow at the moment. Just in case.
I will assume that Nina doesn't make any noise when she moves about.
I'm going to be using Silence of Death,
Yeah.
which is free.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Yes. I would like to, so getting a better look at it, waiting for Nina to get, because I want Nina to be able to like be ready. I'm like outside in the dark, right? Flickering light. And when I think that she is ready, I am going to leap through the window.
Okay.
It'll make a loud noise. I'm going to go through the glass, and it's going to be, you know.
And assuming it works the way you planned it, and the white immediately looks at you coming through the window, what would Nina do?
Nina's going to come through the door and try to time it right so that she comes in when the light is off, flickering off. She's still going to be silent as she can be, but while the white is distracted looking at Lucky, I'm going to try to attack with the stake I've been given. Yeah.
Cool. I'm also going to say, "Hey, buddy." You know what I mean? I'm just going to make sure that
So
just in case they didn't notice.
As you both approach,
just in case they didn't notice you busting through the glass window.
I'll give you this detail before. See if it changes anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you approach silently, actually, at least for Nina, it's silent. Yeah. Can I get a Dex and stealth roll?
Of course. I have 0 stealth.
Opposed by their awareness.
Not all that stealthy.
Oh, come on.
3 out of 2.
It would be 2 successes normally, so you beat it. I'm
not that stealthy, but I was like,
you get there silently.
Stealthy enough.
The white is not feeding. It has fed. There is a dead body there. But on the chest of this dead body is a unfolded paper map, like a tourist map of Halifax. And the white is like walking its fingers on it, leaving like drops of blood, trying to, I don't know, draw on it or something. Anyway, it's a strange thing. I just want to know, do you still go along with your plan? You can both see each other like through the window with the white in between.
Okay. I mean, it's still killed a lot of people, and I don't trust it not to kill anybody else. But does it...
No, I'm not attacking it when I come through. I'm just making a big distraction.
But like you have that like eye contact moment when you know both players. You can decide if you go or not.
Does it immediately like grab the map and try to leave, or does it?
Oh no!
We
just
haven't gone through yet.
As you approach, you see this. Like now, you thought she was feeding, she's not. She's actually like playing.
Okay.
If you stake it, it shouldn't kill it.
Yeah, it should paralyze it.
Okay. I'm still going to try and stake it.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we will start with the distraction because the distraction might give you bonuses, Nina.
Okay.
So can I get a charisma and intimidation? Athletics? Nah, you go through the window just fine. It's it's a very big window. It's more the how attractive, how much attention you draw.
I got it. I got you. Yes. Okay. 3 out of 2. 3 out of 2 successes.
All right. Well, there was so it's 3 successes. Nina, you'll have
I'm gonna like crash through the window, right? Just like sneak over and then crash through. And I'm like, "Hey, buddy."
Oh, the creature would basically jolt upright.
And I've got my hands up like this, you know, like because I don't have any weapons in my hand at the moment.
So what we'll do, since you've timed everything, we'll make it like a sort of stealth attack instead of the regular melee attack.
Okay.
So could you roll Dex and Stealth?
Sure.
+2. And I just need to see something. It's a damage
Extra
modifier
dice
of 0.
2?
Extra dice 2.
Okay.
And because you're trying to stake it, I'm sorry, you do not have the extra dice.
Oh.
Oh, because you could. That's the
The penalty for staking, yeah.
Okay.
And I think I'd probably say like, "What you doing?" You know, that kind of a thing. Like that sort of
Mhm.
like, engaging them.
2 of 2.
You would need 5.
Shoot.
Do you want to spend willpower to reroll?
How much? Where do I find my willpower?
Willpower is under your stats. You've got 6 of them.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah. Then yeah.
Okay, so you can reroll your 3 failed dice.
Okay. How do I do?
You can you can type it in like /ARP 3d10s.
Okay. Cool.
That's 2 more successes. So that would be 4 successes, missing 1. Do you want to spend another point of will to reroll that last die?
Sure. Let's do it. Why not?
Wait, what is it? You're doing stealth and dex, right?
I'm doing stealth and dex. Yeah.
Could you rouse the blood? That would give you an extra 1, right?
Now, what is that?
Rouse the blood is so you make a rouse check to see if you're getting hungrier. But if you succeed, according to your blood potency, you had a
2.
blood potency was sorry, I'm just clicking on your sheet there.
You basically
you would
spend your
add
blood
1
to give
die.
yourself- Didn't we switch that? Isn't it 2 for blood potency, but 2 for the other bad things? Wasn't that the swap we did?
I don't think we did a swap.
You said you had a new rule. Yeah.
Oh,
you said
yes,
there's
because of the
errata.
errata. So yes, it's
Yes.
2 dice actually. Yes.
So if you
could like, it basically means that you would like boost your dex to 4. So instead of burning a point of will, it's like a roll to see what they call a rouse check. That you can find it right under your hunger. There's like a button that says rouse check.
So you basically use your vampire
The vampire blood inside of you. Yeah.
I just click rouse check.
Yeah. Don't click hunger.
I didn't.
Oh
No, you
no!
did.
Because
Yeah.
it updated. Okay, so
Yeah.
it succeeds, but you're getting a little hungrier.
Okay.
The thrill of the hunt is starting to get to your beast, who's like, "Oh yes, remember, you are a predator,"
Okay.
and that would give you 2 more d10s to roll.
Oh, okay.
Love it.
And then, if both fail, you could spend a point of will to reroll all 3. But
got
no,
it.
one of them is a success. So yeah, you just dig deep inside you and summon up the supernatural reflexes of the kindred. And in a flash, you just reach around the white as she jolts upright, and you stab the sharpened mop handle inside its heart, and it immediately goes limp.
Okay. We'll roll it over
Plop.
on the stool so that it's
Yeah.
facing upright. We want to
It
take a look
is-
into this.
As any vampire in torpor, it cannot move much. Move its eyes. And it's moving its eyes. It's looking at you, Lucky, you, Lucky.
How
But-
much ambient light is there besides the
It's
light
that
bulb?
one light bulb. But, sorry,
So-
I said light bulb. It's a neon. But it's like a
That's
neon
worse.
that's like fucking up.
Is there? We have like floodlights from outside.
Oh, yes, there are floodlights outside.
I just break that light because
Shadowy. I mean, if any
Miss
one of
Harker
you
said
have
that she did not
powers
like
to
it.
look in the dark, to see in the dark, like, you wouldn't have
I
an issue.
have. Hold
Yeah,
on.
you do.
Yeah, I'm looking.
so I'm gonna basically put my hand up there and just to sort of and give you the look to see should I break this because because you said that it wasn't good for you and I was like, oh, okay, well,
Oh, yes, please. So I have
Break
something
it.
called Eyes of the Beast.
Yeah,
I'd
the
like
mo-
to use that. It's free.
The moment you do so, her eyes just turn yellow
oh,
and kind of they emit like a little bit of light. It's weird. If you were human, you'd probably do a little pee in your pants right now, but you're not. You've seen that before.
and I'm probably have a little bit of ambient light from the floodlights outside, so it's not complete.
No,
pitch
you're not
dark,
in
but-
complete darkness. But both of you, well, at least Nina, you can see the map clearly.
Does their markings?
Yeah, they're like little footsteps.
Do they have any significance? Where are they headed?
They're headed from where you are
Okay.
to like an older residential area in town. It's near oh, what's the name of that? The northwest Melville Cove. It's like if you take like the length, the distance between where you are and the university, it's that same distance from the university to that place. Though you would need to cross the water, and it sort of like tapped that final destination a lot.
Does Melville Cove mean anything to you?
Does it?
I mean, you've been here like almost a year, Nina. You know it's a residential area. You know they're older
I know it's
houses.
a residential area.
Like,
Yes, but
Oh, okay, I
was
mean, you're-
giving
yeah,
me all
yeah,
this
sorry.
extra information about like
Ye-
violence that has occurred in all of these areas.
GM, do
yeah,
I know
no,
something
it's
about Melville
it's a
Cove?
residential area.
Nothing weird?
No, that's the thing. There's nothing weird about it.
I go, no, I don't know anything.
Is it Melville Cove? Yes,
Like-
yes, it is. Yeah.
Racking my brain. I don't know of any violence. It's not on the. It's not on the water, is it?
It's near the water. I mean, there's Purcell Cove Road that goes like along the water, and it basically goes like around that little bay, and then it heads downtown. Actually, that very street is the one that the Kink Club is in.
Oh, interesting.
It's on. Sorry. Yeah. Right across the street from the McDonald's. Like, you'd have to take it for like a 15-20 minute car ride, but yeah. It's like one of the main arteries of the city goes through there. The house itself that it's targeting, or the area, is not on that main road. It's like off on another side street, but like...
Can she speak while she's staked, or are her eyes the only thing that's okay?
eyes, and at best, vampire can twitch like one sort of like one knuckle worth of a digit.
I have never seen this being before, right? This sort of ring person.
Yeah, you've never seen them before.
Weird. No, I cannot read the map because it's dark. I'm like, no, that place doesn't remind me of anything. We're gonna have to find something to do with. I mean, to put her.
Oh, it's you can see that like there is nothing human left behind those matted hair. It's the lips are crack, dry. There's even like cuts along the where the lips connect because the skin was so dry when it opened its mouth the first time. It doesn't seem to be able to regenerate. Looking at the wounds it's got, and it is so pale that you can almost see the veins through. The eyes are sunken. The fangs are longer. Well, maybe not for Nina. For Nina, it's like, you know, you can have those same fangs if you want, but like, not normal that they're there all the time. Even the entire head seems to be more angular than a regular human head. Like someone had almost sort of begin to reshape the skull into something less round. More quote unquote Buffy vampire face.
What do you know about this?
What do I know about this?
I mean, have you seen something like this before?
No, not like this. This is the thing, though, that's been causing the problems, but do you think there's any intelligence in there?
I'd like to use compel on this white.
Blink twice in rapid succession if you understand me.
Love it. Love it.
Can barely resist. It's going to blink twice.
Okay.
Oh.
Are you being made to do these things by someone?
So these questions, however, can't use compel on it because you can't use compel to interrogate. So you're just going to have to rely on your own.
I have to do in instructions. Okay. Okay. So if I word it as an instruction, can I use compel?
Yes, but compel, remember, it turns them into like meat puppets.
A single action command.
She's not much better than that as is.
No. Actually, you would know that like the white as it is cannot speak anyway. The fact that it understood you and blinked, that is not normal. The fact that it exhibited some sort of higher intelligence, that's not normal. Whites don't do that. Whites are like wild dogs.
Dangerous ones.
But
yeah.
Wild dogs with supernatural strength, but...
If someone is working through you or compelling you to do this, blink twice in rapid succession.
Can you give me composure and intimidate?
Sure.
Because you are staring at the face of basically what would be your fate if you ever let the beast slip.
Okay, 3 of 2.
Ooh.
Wait, it's not a bestial failure, though.
It's not a real bestial failure.
No. Because it's a success.
Because you succeeded, yeah.
Yeah.
So, congratulations.
Basically, if you get a critical fail in the hunger dice, and you also fail the roll,
it gets worse.
Your beast takes over and just decides.
And in your case, yes, and in your case, it would actually trigger your compulsion.
Oh, okay.
But not at the moment. It doesn't blink. I will give you, because you had 3 successes, let's do 3 questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Shit, I keep forgetting that. Yeah. But you didn't need to roll to activate your discipline because you didn't have it. That's just a straight skill check. But we need to remember that all of you have a bonus die whenever you activate a discipline.
Yeah. But if it's free, then you like some of these just don't have activation rolls.
Okay.
And Lucky is sort of hovering as like Lucky's a protector, right? So Lucky is there, sort of there to protect Nina in case, right? Like from whatever might be.
Well, we don't know. This thing is acting, out of character for what it's supposed to be. So, the place that you marked on the map, is this your next spot that you're planning to attack, or was it? Blink twice if you say yes and once for no.
It blinks twice.
And Lucky goes, a why question isn't a blinking.
Has to be yes or no, or a command of some sort.
I mean, where did it come from? Why is it doing this? What's at that house?
Is this place that you've marked on the map your final destination for whatever it is you're trying to achieve here? 2 times for yes, once for no.
It blinks twice. That's a good question.
Ooh, that's good. Like, we'll have to look at this place.
And that would be your 3rd and final question.
No, I think she's got one more, right?
Yeah, I have one more.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so shoot.
So good.
Can you think of anything?
It's got to be yes or no.
Well, if you think of something, we can figure out how to word it as a yes or no question. Where's its master? Where's?
I want to know. I want to know why.
Is the reason that you're attacking these places? Does it have anything to do with what I found with you the first time we saw each other? 2 times for yes, 1 for no.
Yes.
What did you find with her?
Lucky, what do you know about Hetty Broadley?
Lucky looks at both, like there's like a, what do both of, like, that's a question, right? And then, so it looks at both of them, which is weird because that one is,
The white is not Hetty.
Is no, but is staked, right? Like,
Yes.
but it's like the name is said out loud. It's a very loud name, right? And so he just instantly looks at both of them in their eyes to see what their reaction is to the name, which is weird because she said it, but that's what he does. Like when the name is said out loud, he looks to see how both of them react.
There seems to be recognition in the eyes of the white at the mention of the name.
That's a dangerous name.
This is a dangerous situation, don't you think?
That's the name of somebody who's hunted.
Here? Still?
Everywhere.
Well, whatever this white knows, it has something to do with her. And it has something to do with that house.
Are you hunting Hetty Broadley?
I'm just hunting information. Hetty Broadley just happened to be a name mentioned in the papers that I found when this white first started its hunt.
What papers?
It was holding them dearly. I barely managed to get them away before the thing lashed out at me and scampered off into the darkness.
Wait, where did you... What happened?
Well, I've just told you.
No, where was this? What papers?
It was in a park. I was just looking for information. As a favor, as I've told you. I've not lied to you this entire time, Lucky.
No. What park?
Is there...
The same one, the Africville part. Let me grab you the actual name. It's Africville Park. That's the actual name.
Where did you find her, and what papers exactly?
Well, she was in a coffin of some sort. She was, I would imagine that she should have been not like this. But as soon as I opened the lid, she sprang up like a bat out of hell. As if someone had... Yes.
In what? A coffin. Do you have it?
Do I have the coffin? Do I look like I carry a coffin around with me?
Did you secure it, Dave?
Well, no, I was startled. I just left it.
I'd want to see it.
Well, I can take you to it. It was inside an old shed near the rebuilt church.
Okay. Do you have the papers?
Well, yes, but those are mine.
They're not yours.
Well, you're free to try and take them from me, but I do need them. As I said, I was sent here to look for information.
What information? And
you're not the only
whom?
person with an interest in the area. Look, I can take you to the coffin or not.
Miss Barker, this is my home.
And you're welcome to return to it.
Halifax might be yours or anyone's, but Africville is my home.
Well, then I think we'd better go investigate that little house if it has to do with something so important to you, don't you?
I want to know who's asking you to come here.
That's neither here nor there. Just call it an associate.
Who?
I'm afraid I can't tell you that information.
Miss Barker, if someone is asking you, did they ask you to dig up my home?
They only asked me to look for information. They didn't tell me a thing about you.
You have to understand, Hetty Broadley is wanted by many kindred. They want to destroy her. And this place is not particularly interesting. It's always been kept off the map. Quiet. And if you have been asked by someone to come here to investigate, that is some suspicious.
Be that as it may, Lucky darling, I am far more afraid of him than I am of you. Shall we go investigate?
We can't leave her here.
What shall we do with her?
If she's from Africville, we have to take care of her. I do. We'll put her in a storage container for now, and then we'll find a place, find out what's in that house, see what we can see.
All right, that's fair enough.
Somewhere out of the way. And I think Lucky will pick her up.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll have to go find, a storage container that's like
A little out of the way. Yeah, Nina will pick up the map, just like carefully fold it so that the blood doesn't smear.
yeah.
In the interest of time, I will say this. You successfully hide the body for now.
Cover in a tarp, just in case.
But the night keeps going and the sun will rise more or less shortly. Rush your way to the abandoned house. Because you figure out it's an abandoned
Is it abandoned?
house. It's a condemned house. It's old. Made of mostly wood. No basement. It looks like a it's got to be like a 19th century construction. Some old thing. It's a little bit secluded in the sense that off the street you would go down a dirt road. It's like a very long driveway, if you will. There's a few trees, enough so that you can barely see the house from the street, and that from the house you can barely see the street. The windows have all been broken, of course. They're all, it's all plywood nailed into place. There's a little, like a veranda in front. That used to have like a wicker chair. Not a rocking chair, but like one of those like large wicker chair. And now it's just rotten. The cushion in it is just had colors once. It's probably just black now with mold and stuff. The door itself is closed. It's like this screen door, like a screen to keep the bugs out. It barely holds on its hinges. The actual door behind it seems a little more recent. Like probably the original got busted down and this was replaced to keep people out. The wood floor of the veranda is rotten. The house, by the way, is a single story. Kind of squat, square. You notice that on the front lawn when you walk in, there's this statue.
The dooryard.
The broken statue of the Virgin Mary in like the little like half bathtub type of thing, overgrown with weeds. It used to have like a little ring of white stone around it, but most of them have been scattered around. You can even see farther out, like more secluded part of the front lawn, someone clearly made like a fire pit there. Probably like teenagers or whatever made like a fire there at some point. There's graffitis on it, but nothing pretty. Mostly just like tagging by young kids. Don't know what else to do because there's nothing much to want to tag on here that would be of any importance.
Barker, you've got the eyes.
Let's head inside.
Sure, the door's locked.
Okay.
Push it open. I mean, that won't be hard. I have potence.
You break it open.
Not break, push.
Okay, you push it open.
Until it breaks.
With a little finesse.
Yeah,
you know?
your first dot of potence is free, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, yeah. So you just put your back to it and push it open.
And it's just like a press, and then it cracks. You know what I mean?
At some point, the door itself doesn't crack. The frame gives way, and the inside is.
I like to think of it as that kind of like really, it's like a violent act, but the act itself is just smooth. It's just like I'm going to just keep pressing until it breaks, right? It's not a quick thing.
Unstoppable force.
And he's still standing in the door when it just like crashes down. He's like, oops.
The inside is like a still life of an old, like a grandma's house. A very religious grandma. Most of the furniture, it's been trashed, but it hasn't been moved. There was an old TV set. We're talking like in 60s maybe, like old TV set that someone would have. It probably never worked, or hasn't worked in like 40 years. But anyway, it's still there. The wallpaper is faded, falling off in places, revealing moldy wood behind it. From time to time, you can see the exposed, like the old wires, electrical wires wrapped in paper. An older place. A lot of religious iconography. A lot of crucifixes. A lot of angels. Most of them broken, be it the little statues, the porcelain knickknacks that the person would keep like on top of their TV. The room as you come in, it's basically to your right is this living room. To your left, there's just like an opening, would have been a door there. Bedroom. And then in back of the house, similarly separated, kitchen, dining room, and between the kitchen and the living room is the bathroom. Very tiny, fits in almost like a square. It's old, the floorboards crack with each step. From time to time, it's almost comical that, you sit your foot down. I mean, save for Nina. Nina doesn't make a sound. But you sit your foot down, and as it creaks, you can see like another part of the floor like rise up as it bubbles.
Smell, sound.
Musty, dusty, humid. Smells like a house that has been abandoned for years. Sounds, creaking, groaning. Probably just due to the wind outside. Like this is the type of place that a strong breeze could probably topple over. It is not as old as Africville. It is not a historical place in any way. But it is clearly a like 200-ish year old house. Maybe 150, thereabouts. That was probably, judging by what you see inside, was probably passed down generations. And the last person that lived here You figure just looking at like the TV set, the stove in the kitchen, and everything that's left here, probably someone that died like in recently-ish, but that had lived here all their lives. And so we're probably nearing like 80, 85 years old by the time they died.
Photographs or paintings on the walls? Or on the bedstands, dressers, tables? Any kind of way to identify who might have lived here?
Yes, can you make a... I'll ask the two of you, and I'll give you... I'll answer your questions with all of this. You can roll awareness or investigation as you walking in, and this can be done using a resolve.
I'll do awareness. Not a bestial failure because I did succeed.
Yeah, 2 successes, 4 successes.
4 of 2.
Awesome.
Nice.
There are old portraits, old pictures. Actually, the photos are so like sun bleached that it's hard to see anything. Like clearly, the person though often was wearing black clothes because that's about the only thing you can see is black clothes. Though. You eventually manage to find just opening drawers of like the old dressers and being careful not to break anything. You find like a photo album. There are several photo albums, a lot of them. But eventually you find like copies of, well, copies. It's probably the photo was taken the same day as one of the photos in the frames that were sun bleached. But it was like maybe like, I don't know, 4th take or what have you. A nun lived here.
Race.
The craziest part, she is African American. She's black.
Because Lucky always pays attention to that, right? Because he's always looking for his people.
Actually, no, I'm sorry, she's white.
Mm-hmm.
A white nun. And I actually wrote it in my note because it is important. Except she's in all the pictures. She doesn't age. She always looks like a kindly old grandma. And then as you go back and back and back and back, and at some point the photos begin to look like they were taken with not modern equipment.
The old daguerreotypes.
Yeah, you're starting to see like 19th century photos. Now she looks younger. And then you see it. The white nun. Right next to Eddie Broadley.
And I think that he would react to seeing Hetty there. Like, I don't think he'd say anything, but like he would visibly sort of react, right? Like his body would shift as like that's a. And I think he'd just sort of reach out and touch the photograph through the book.
And with investigation, I will also give you this as you search the entire house. In the closet, for successes, there is a loose floorboard, underneath which are several water-damaged shoeboxes, many of which contain little notebooks.
And I imagine she finds them and I'm out at the photographs. Yeah.
Both of you would be in the same room, but both of you looking at something completely different.
Looking through these notebooks, is there anything significant?
They are observations from what you can see very quickly, half of them, of this woman she met an angel. And the angel gave her a mission. There is a devil in Halifax. And the angel sealed the devil in a coffin. It's in that blue house in Africville. And the angel told her that she, the person writing, must keep the devil alive. Because it is her holy mission to save that devil's soul. And the person writing is so devoutly religious that they're like, yes, there should be a chance at redemption for everyone. And she will do it. And she says she was chosen by the angel because her status as a nun and her skin color would make it easier for her to walk about the city and provide blood, because the devil feeds on blood once a month, to make sure that, you know, the devil never escapes and never dies, so that the soul is condemned to hell. Get the feeling that she's more talking about like a possessed person. She's probably talking about the white.
Yeah.
And that as a white person, she could go to a hospital, you know, run by nuns. And if something's missing, they're not going to look for her as the suspect. But at some point, she says that the angel left. She had to leave. And as time goes on, and you note the dates, the Holy Mission began around 1870. And by 1964, the nun has to move the devil away because the mayor has decided that they would destroy Africville and thus destroy the little blue house. And so she moved it to her home, but she doesn't like it. Doesn't like it at all. It gives her nightmares. It gives her weird visions. She feels bad. And so after almost 50 years, basically coming about to 2014, a couple of months ago, she brought the coffin back to Africville and she hid it in a shed that is barely never used. And she feels so bad because she seduced the groundskeeper. And she's like, you know, she hopefully God will forgive me. I did all that for my holy mission. But she is so racked with guilt afterward that the diary just stops. About 20 days ago. Actually, not 20 days ago.
20?
Or no, 3 times 12. 12 weeks ago.
Yeah.
3 months ago. The diary stops.
Well, I do give these to Lucky.
The others are written in different handwriting. Kind of like the paper you found on the white. There's a lot of them. A lot of them are just damaged. You can see some, like, as you rifle through them, there's like mention of the word like Vodun, Nodism, Sierra Leone, and a few interesting parts. Apparently there's a certain Mr. Dixon somewhere around there. Whoever wrote that thing was stalking a Mr. Dixon. Unfortunately, the last entries in those with that handwriting ends in 1920.
Miss Barker, the things you took,
Yes.
I need to know if they are a ceremony.
A ceremony?
Yes.
I'm not sure. But you know what? I don't think that he really needs any of this information. I think it's safe to give it to you. It's not really relevant to the area, now is it?
No.
And she'll give him the new stuff that she found and the things that she found with the white.
Cool.
Miss Barker, there's a secret. I don't know it. But it is holy and important. And it's everything. Hetty knows that secret. And I imagine that's why they're chasing her. I don't know why. But she has to be kept safe, wherever she is.
So she's still around?
She must be. She's too much of a survivor to die.
Well,
She's out there somewhere.
all I can say, Lucky, is that I very much hope you find her. Because I can tell that she's important to you.
Do you need help?
Oh, no. I think I've got everything that I need. Actually.
You said that you were afraid of this man. Can I do something?
I think it would be better for everyone involved if you did nothing. In fact, I think it would be better for everyone involved if I didn't tell him anything about meeting you or any of the things we found out here.
Thank you. But I have to be able to do something in return.
Find Teddy.
The chin.
My darling.
Are you taking him back with you?
Oh, no. No, once I'm through here, he'll go back into circulation, as it were. The people at the club, they'll take good care of him.
So, Hetty gave the woman who lived here a mission. I don't know what happened to her. But that mission is important. If Hetty gave someone that mission, it's important, and it has to be honored. But I don't know how I could get her from here to where I live, which isn't here anymore.
Do you want me to set up someone to make sure that she's taken care of?
Could you?
Well, I'll see what I can do. I do have a bit of influence around here.
Because if it's important, then it should happen.
I agree.
Tell me something about yourself.
About me?
Yes.
Well,
It doesn't have to be big. It can be small.
I believe I'm much older than you give me credit for. I was around to see the Salem witch trials. They are exactly as ridiculous as everyone always portrayed them.
I'm sorry.
I'm still here, aren't I?
Yes.
Nothing to be sorry for.
Well, I imagine you saw things that weren't nice to see.
No. But I saw a few things that were nice to see. And I think that makes up for it.
Okay. One thing that was nice to see.
It was nice to see the new world before it became what it is now. Everything is so bright now. It was much quieter then.
I'll tell you something. When I was born, the second time,
Mm-hmm.
it was with joy. There was singing and dancing and drumming and thanks. And it was beautiful. My rebirth.
That's good. There should be more joy in the world.
Everyone has a purpose, or they should, or they could. Do you like your purpose?
You know, I'm afraid I haven't quite found it yet.
I appreciate you never lied to me.
Well, what fun would that be?
Maybe I'll learn something about this ministry. Do you live with the community?
I live with a community, not a community of vampires.
That's good. We have a gift, and most of us don't realize it. They see it only as a curse. But it's a gift. It's a responsibility. Thank you.
Of course.
If there's something I need to know, we should find some way to contact each other. Secretly. Safely. Listen, be careful. People are looking for Hetty and anyone connected to her, so keep it secret.
I will. Don't worry, I won't be telling anyone anything about this. But if you could keep the same secrecy,
Of course.
I would appreciate it very much.
I will. I don't know what brought you here, but thank you for all of this, and I've got we'll set up a contact. If you set up someone to take care of her, then, and you give me that person's contact, we can message each other through them.
I think you can, if you have, I don't think you have it yet, but if you get the contact information for my darling, the Chin, as you call him, I think that will work out just fine.
We'll find I don't have enough money to buy this place, but it might work. We'll have to move her. If you find Hetty, tell her Lucky's keeping his mission.
I will. I doubt I'll find her before you do, but I'll keep that in mind if I do.
Okay. We should... thank you. He takes the photograph of the nun, and he puts it inside his coat. I wish I had something I could give you.
Don't worry about me.
Now it's too late. I'm afraid, well, there's a thing about me you don't know.
What's that?
Well, once you're on my list, I have a list, you see. Sort of I think they call it a coterie list. And once you're on my list, well, it's hard to get rid of me.
That's very endearing. And I don't think I'd want to get rid of you. I find you rather charming.
Sorry if I was a bit suspicious at first.
Oh, please. That just makes it sexier.
Thank you. I have been keeping this place very secret for a long time.
I can
still have
understand.
So, thank you. Giving me these things are more than you'll know.
Lucky, do you know of a man named Caleb?
Caleb? Yes. I do. Well, I mean, I imagine there are many Calebs. But,
There are.
which one is yours?
It doesn't matter.
It might. Is Caleb somebody you need or dangerous?
Doesn't matter. I was only asking.
But I
We
could
should
help.
go. No, we should go.
Okay.
And we're gonna end on that. Let's keep some secrets. As I just told everyone in the the backrooms chat, we have like 3 post game scenes.
Oh!
But first, hey, how was it? How's everyone feeling? It's cool.
Cool.
Because I need to step away from the mic for a sec, we'll start with a musical interlude.
Oh.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
So I will put the focus on Trooper front and center for a sec. And I will be back in a few seconds, but I'm leaving you in the capable hands of a singer-songwriter.
I didn't write it.
Singer, not songwriter.
I'm a songwriter, but I didn't write this one.
But yes, the mic is yours, the floor is yours.
The Flory, first off, animation's so awesome. So awesome. This is a Nova Scotia folk song. It's a folk song about Nova Scotia, and since, Lucky's from Nova Scotia, I thought that, I would do this for you. I just practiced it today because I was like, oh, that'll be nice. So here's our Nova Scotia folk song. The song is Farewell to Nova Scotia. The sun was setting in the west. Birds were singing on every tree. All nature seemed inclined for the rest, but still there was no rest for me. Farewell to Nova Scotia, the sea-bound coast. Let your mountains dark and dreary be. For when I am far away on the briny ocean toss, will you ever heave a sigh and a wish for me? Well, I grieve to leave my native land. I grieve to leave my comrades all, and my aged parents who always held so dear, and the bonny, bonny lass I do adore. Farewell to Nova Scotia, the sea-bound coast. Let your mountains dark and dreary be. For when I am far away on the briny ocean toss, will you ever heave a sigh and a wish for me? Oh, the drums do beat and the wars do alarm. The captain calls me, must obey. So farewell, farewell to Nova Scotia's charms, 'cause it's early in the morning, I'm far, far away. Farewell, Nova Scotia, the sea-bound coast, let your mountains dark and dreary be. For when I am far away on the briny ocean toss, will you ever heave a sigh and a wish for me? I have 3 brothers and they are at rest. Their arms are folded on their breasts. But a poor simple sailor just like me must be tossed and driven on the dark blue sea. But a poor simple sailor just like me must be tossed and driven on the dark blue sea.
Clap, clap, clap. Ow. I just knocked my head on my mic.
You know, just a little Nova Scotia folk
That
song.
was awesome.
Indeed, it was great. Speaking of Nova Scotia, we have a few ending slides for you.
Oh,
I
Can I
believe.
tell people?
Yeah, what?
I am wearing an Africville Seasides because I don't think you could see it. The hockey jersey I'm wearing is actually a jersey of the Africville Seasides, which were the part of the Colored Canadian Hockey League
Mhm.
back in the 20s.
And I do
teens.
believe that they did win
They did a couple
That's
championship
so
a couple
cool.
times. Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
And I believe they were the first ones to have their goalkeeper charge outside of the goalie.
Outside of the net.
Mm-hmm.
So I have 3 vignettes. One of which takes place wherever. It's just talking about what's inside the diaries. One of them takes place in Montreal. One of them takes place in Halifax. Which one do you want first?
Halifax.
Then we'll start with Halifax, and it starts a couple of nights later. A phone call. The one Nina Barker.
Who is it? Do I see on my out of date phone? Apparently.
It's your patron.
Oh. Hello?
Have you found anything?
Absolutely nothing, I'm afraid. This place is the middle of nowhere. What did you expect me to find here?
The same thing, I wager, Mr. Dixon expected to find flying to Halifax a few nights ago.
Well, I'm afraid we haven't run into each other, whoever this Mr. Dixon is.
Pity. Well, you are free to come back home should you want to.
I think I will take you up on that invitation. Thank you.
I might have need for you again in the future.
Shall you hang up or can I?
The GM had a brain fart and forgot to mention that it hangs up. Click.
Bastard.
And in Montreal, a trench coat wearing Nosferatu hangs up his phone. Sighs. And puts a folder just labeled Lucky Dixon back into a filing cabinet. It doesn't appear to have a lot of things in it. Our second vignette, the diaries or the Montreal one? I think we'll do the Montreal because we can do. Let's assume we'll do the diary as like the generic, the credits pass. We're in Montreal. We are a few nights after the end of season 1. Lucky is woken up from day sleep for the night as the door to your house. There's a knock. Several knocks. David or his mother are not there tonight. Both had... Well, David is with MJ.
Yeah.
His mom, Lucille, had errands to run. Yolande, sorry. Those are Lucille. I have that.
And I think that Lucky would be like, ugh. Is it in the day?
No, it's at night. And it's also, like, pouring outside.
And I think he would sort of, because he's in the basement, right? He would get up and get himself together. And he'd think, it's not Child Protective Services. And he'd sort of, like, get himself ready and make his way up out of the basement, shut his thing and head to the door.
It is a soaking wet Antonio Andrade. He looks panicked. Says,
Lucky opens the door.
Lucky, you've got to help me. And that's all the vignette is. Now our last vignette. Where the hell was on those diaries? Do I? Nope, I won't. I'll give it to Trooper, but I will let you.
You can say one thing, right?
One thing. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Something mysterious.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let me see. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Pick a number between 1 and 13.
Okay, this has to be Hanimation. Has to pick this one.
Give me 9.
9. 1967 to 1970. Demolition of Africville. The nun moves the white to a better place secretly. Actually, I'm sorry. Hetty helps the nun move the white to a better place secretly. Still focused on trying to heal it. Hetty exhibits signs of culpability. Now this happened the night that Lucky was told to move out. Go to Montreal for a night.
Well, he asked if he could go because there was cool stuff happening in Montreal, and they said, tonight you can go.
Oh yeah, tonight you can go.
Because, he's supposed to stay there and protect everybody, but
and
they said he could have leave.
And that way she could move. Lucky's older sister. Kind of, in vampiric terms.
In vampiric terms, yeah.
That very same one you staked.
As opposed to killed. That we're keeping
So
alive.
You'll get more info. That's why I don't mind spoiling that, because it's part of what you found in the books. But yes. Thank you everyone for coming. We have gone on as we are wont to do. We run over with Vampire. But thank you everyone for coming. Thank you players for taking time off your busy schedule to be here on a Monday evening. Thank you chat for hanging out until the very end. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the interactions. Players, take it away. If there's anywhere that we can find you, if you have anything going on, anything you want to shout out, by all means, do so now. I will start with Trooper.
I'm Trooper SAP. Woo! It's so good to play with Hanimation. That just makes me happy. It just makes me happy. You know what I mean? And just have to watch out though, because now Nina Barker is on his coterie list. So it's too late now. That's what happens. And now he's gonna just have to make sure you're okay. Get you some soup or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's just gonna have to happen now. That was so lovely. Thank you so much. Lucky before he left Halifax, he would have to go and wade in the waters outside of Africville to re-cleanse, and he would probably do that with David. Luckily, he doesn't have to breathe, so it's pretty easy to wade in the waters. But if David also wanted to wade in the waters, he would be welcome to do so for sort of like a renewal, which was why he wanted to come out here, because he needed to be reconnected to the waters of his home. And today is Monday. You can find me next in terms of RPGs on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel, Trooper SJP, where we will be doing Traveler, Pirates of Drynax, the Gamblers, and they're going to be going into their first space combat, although they may not fight. I don't know, but we're going to roll initiative. Or we may not roll initiative because they have got the stealth drop on this unsuspecting far trader, so I don't know what's going to happen, but there'll be ships, they'll be in space, and they'll be pirates, and so they will be the pirates. And I'm going to find out what they do, how much stuff they take. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm happy to find out. And then on Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern, over at Balrog 1911 will be the very first episode of season 2 of Tales from the Brinkwood, which is a brand new crew, of which I am one of them, and I have got in the mail a very luxurious beard, which I'm going to have to wash and style
Fake
for
beard.
the game. It's going to be a nice, good, great fake beard, much bigger than mine.
I will have questions about it after the game.
Yeah, so if you want to see me in a big, huge beard, Saturday. And then Sunday will be, Sunday at 8 p.m. over at Praxigo, the Smophorius channel, will be The Witcher Roads Home with Simon, where Simon plays a person who's much nicer than my character. Even though Simon thinks his character is not very nice, I still feel like
it's not that I think that he's not very nice. He's not very nice. Yours is just worse. Yours is just the worst.
He is the worst. It's true. It's true. That's me. And it was so lovely. And I'm going to give my love to Hanimation, who, what great vampiric presence. That's all I'm saying. What great vampiric presence. Love Nina. That's all. Also have so many questions.
Thank you for coming, Trooper, and our guest for tonight. And I think first time Vampire 5th edition player.
Yeah, I've never played Vampire before. Was it like blatantly obvious?
Oh,
yes.
Awesome.
Yes, it was awful, but I appreciate you all the same. Thank you for putting up with me through that. And thank you for having me. And oh my God, Trooper, I've wanted to play with you forever, like literal years. Like you can ask. I have like requested to play with you before, and we got to play together in that charity game. But
Yes.
other than that, it's just been like a wish list, like a bucket list thing. And now I can finally say, oh my God, I got to be Trooper's special guest on Vampire. I'm so excited. Anyway, I'm Hannah. You can find me back on Wandering DM's channel at Saturday 1 p.m. Eastern for Scion, Birth of the New Gods. Very exciting. And then you can find me over on Other Doc's channel on Mondays. I think these 1 or 2 Mondays coming up at, I don't remember what time, but it's Don't Rest Your Head.
I think it's 7.
Is it 7? Okay, good.
Because it runs
7 p.m.
it runs before mine, but ends before mine ends. Yeah.
All right, 7 p.m. Eastern on Other Doc's channel, Don't Rest Your Head. I will be guesting. I will be coming in as a fun character that I'm reprising that I'm so excited about. So, yeah, that's me. You can find me online at Hanimation Art on Twitter, Hanimation Studios on Instagram and Facebook, and just plain Hanimation on Hive. Or you can look at my shop, hanimation.shop, if you want to get some fun, cute, nerdy stuff for Christmas. It's coming up. Oh my God, I had to take like a giant sack to the post office today. Keep it coming. I love it. It pays my rent. Thank you.
I'm just trying to find your website so that I can drop a link in the chat.
It's just
right now.
hanimation.shop.
And well, thank you for coming. Thank you for agreeing to be part of this.
Thank you for having me.
And it's always a pleasure to have you to play with us. And well, I am Simon at Wandering DM, Trooper.
I've dropped it in there.
Yeah, but it won't work.
I don't think people other than administrators can drop links.
Yeah, I forgot. I didn't. No. What?
I see it in
Why?
the chat.
Why is there a pin thing? Oh, I just
know.
pinned Prax that screams by all Hannah's things.
You pinned a very
That's-
enthusiastic message. That's
that is
fine.
important.
Here,
cute.
animation.shop. Yeah, so I am Simon at Wandering DM. You can find me over here again on Saturday afternoon for Scion Birth of the New Gods, where we are sort of the godlings or the godagers now are circling
That's
around
right.
and sort of closing the gap on fake Kieran and learning who the hell is that person and what the hell is happening, or what the hell happened during the year that the godlings were away.
He took my life, and I can't stand it because he's doing a better job at it than me.
Yep. Otherwise, yes, Hannah has Horizon Forbidden West light up charms. If you like Horizon, if you like charms, and if you like LEDs.
Also, Hannah did the artwork for
The
Witcher
Witcher?
Road's Home.
I do need to do updated artwork for that now that I'm back home and can do that again.
Other than that, yeah, as Trooper said, I will be over on Praxagora Thesmophoria on Sunday, reprising my role as Cadarn, Mage Extraordinaire, and 3-time Orgy Champion. The Kickstarter for our next game, Werewolf the Apocalypse Retaliation, is almost over. We've got 66 hours left, and we've got so much stuff that's been added. It is unbelievable, and we have more stuff coming up in some of the stretch goals, but also in all the goodies that we're going to give. There's one other big vote thing that the backers can do. So basically the backers decide or have decided new monsters, new bosses, new magic items. We've got a antler covered baseball bat. We've got a magical phone fetish. And we've got a bunch of claves and stuff. We have Farah shapeshifters like the Korax, like the Ananansi. We have, anyway, too many things, and you've got 66 hours left if you want to back it. The link is in chat. This is the game that, for those of you who didn't know, I also wrote Vampire the Masquerade chapters, which, I can't really say, but it'll be at your door very, very soon if you've kickstarted it. Can't give any dates just to make sure I don't shoot myself in the foot, but you should pay attention to what's going on and keep your tracking numbers handy. So that said, that's it for me. And well, let's just raid our good friends over at Magi RPG because they're the only ones that are still awake at midnight on a Monday night. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And we will see you next week for Interlude number 3. And then we'll have our mid-season, our between-season break. Next week is Flory with a very special guest that I cannot wait, that I will not spoil anything, but I hope you all enjoy it. On that note, have a good night, everyone, and we'll see you next week. Bye-bye.